What's going on, everyone? How are we all doing today? Can everyone hear me in the chat? How did I make the intro? I used Adobe Premiere Pro, bro, like everyone else. So today I'm going to let Tom and Fighting GM basically control the flow of the conversation. Let them have their talking points, and then at some point again we'll have people on to discuss the topic with them, or just talk to them in general about anything you want to talk to, like an hour or 2 hours into the show whenever they're ready. Kendra, I saw your comment. There is a community, obviously. We've got a community here, but what Tom and GM are going to go over is the wider community and what is going on. And obviously GM and Tom are going to know more than me because they've been involved in the scene longer than I have. And yeah, we're going to do a Tekken talk tomorrow. I'll talk to you guys about that at the end of the stream. But I'm going to bring on Fighting GM and Tom Brady. And remember, if you have any questions, I will get to them eventually, and then we'll bring people on. What's up, Tom?
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. How about yourself? GM said he was in as well.
Yeah, I can see him there. Let me add him in now.
Perfect.
Yo, what's up? What's up, Tom? What's up?
Hey, what's
Mike?
up, man?
How you doing, man? You alright?
I was inspired by your video you made right when Tekken 8 came out, when people were asking you about tournaments. And you said, a lot of you guys may be young, you don't understand, don't do it, don't go. Only person that makes money is them, not you. And most people didn't understand what you were saying. I want Fighting GM to really tell his story. GM came in right when esports really saw money in the FGC. And what most of you don't realize is they tell us these things off camera, behind closed doors. And they make you promises, so many things. And you don't understand the business of the FGC. So the FGC started out, me, I'm old, in the early 90s, 91, 92, like Mike Watson's era. We were just going to tournaments because we loved the games we played. We knew we weren't going to win any money. We know people aren't going to make any money outside of the arcades back then. And we were grateful when tournaments went to like conference rooms at hotels because, somebody was providing the monitors and the setups, charging us $10 to get in. And we're like, look, $10. I mean, if you're going to provide all this, $10 plus entry fee, we're paying $20. We get to compete. We get to play. I mean, we had no problem. We realized they got to make their money back for renting the conference room, et cetera. So we knew they were operating maybe a little bit up, not really much, but mostly at a loss. And it was a community. We all just wanted to play the games we loved. But what happens is somewhere along the lines, and Mike Watson talked about it, Mr. Wizard was one of those people who realized, you know what? These people are showing up anyway on their own money. So I could monetize a way to make money off of these people coming in. As Watson said, first year they did with Battle by the Bay turned to Evolution. He was going to do it in Pomona, and he said, hey, we got 15 grand extra. Let's give something back to the players. Throw it PlayStations or something. The Wizard said, you know what? No. Let's make as much money as humanly possible. If we can make 15, 20, 30 grand, let's make that money for ourselves so we start making a profit. And the business, people don't realize how fighting games turned into a business that had people that make money off this. You have to understand, you look at the Evo model now, as GM, I'm sure we'll talk about. Think about it. The players, they pay their way there. They have to get flight, hotel, food, everything. And they actually sell tickets for stadium to watch the players day 1 and 2, and then you have to pay an additional fee to watch them on finals day. So the players pay their way there. They pay for all their amenities. Somebody's making money off of this, but not the players. People say, oh, they pay top 8. Justin Wong is a marquee name. Even if he doesn't make top 8, they still make money off that. People still travel to see that. Paying out top 8 is the bare minimum, and they pay the top 8 the bare minimum. I don't have the numbers on Evo. I don't know if Mike was able to find it, but like Mike Watson said, Evo's kind of like the Federal Reserve. And unfortunately, most fighting game players are ignorant to what that even means. No one knows who owns these private shareholders that own the Federal Reserve. It's not even federal. And they make a killing every single year. No one really knows exactly how much. No one knows who the people are that own it. With Evo, I think you can guesstimate. Last year, I think they brought in If you look at the, what it costs to like enter, venue plus tournament, around $200, I believe it is. And if you multiply that by everyone, I think somebody said it was around 2 million. I could be wrong. I didn't do the math myself. I was just talking with someone today. But how much do they get off ad revenue? How much do they get off of sponsored dollars? How much money are they making off not just paid advertisements, paying them to advertise their product, but advertisements on screen? How much do the people at the top make? How much do they bring in? How much are the faces of Evo making? We have no idea what these questions are. So of course the players don't realize a whole business where everyone has their hand in the pocket, their pot is being built around them, and they don't realize it. Again, keep in mind, players pay their way to not just Evo, but Evo series or tournaments. They pay their way there. They pay for everything, and people watch them. Whether it's just showing up to pay to enter, just to watch. Even some of the bigger tournaments associated with Evo or not really owned by them. Yeah, Evo is Sony as well. Yes, exactly. But the point is, Sony bought Evo, correct? So Evo is a money-making product. Otherwise, Sony's not going to pay $1 for it. So players show up on their own dime, and this is monetized by somebody. So it's basically free labor. The fact that you're paying the top 8 doesn't really mean anything. And don't forget commentators. Do you realize that commentators usually make more than the people that finish like 7th, 8th place, etc.? Because those people are, you go to Evo, if you get 7th, you're already minus $2,000 when you walk in the door to get there. These commentators, they don't pay that. They don't pay their way there. And most of these commentators who, show up to tournaments, most of them wouldn't be caught dead at a tournament if their way there wasn't paid. And people will say, oh, well, NBA pays commentators. True. But they also pay the players' way there, too. The players don't got to pay their way there. This is like the NFL saying, well, you know what? We are going to make the players pay to travel and play in every single game. And the team that wins the Super Bowl, we pay the entire roster out. And they can say, look at all those people we played, the whole NFL roster. However, they made money off the other 31 teams traveling to play constantly. That's
Tom,
the FGC.
I got a message from DFF and he said Chipotle for Evo, considering just the streaming, they paid a minimum of $2 million. Since they were the single big sponsored brand, they paid a premium to remain that way as well.
So we're talking a business of millions of dollars. All these people that run Evo make 6 figures, basically. Let's not lie here. We just don't know what it is. And see, in sports, this is all public. Like World Cup, when there was debate of, men or women who should be paid more, they broke it down to, well, here's the pool of revenue the women are paid a percentage of. Same with NBA, WNBA. Here's the pool of revenue the men are paid a percentage of. What is the pool of revenue of the Evo series? Does anybody know? And Evo is global now. They just did Evo Awards. Do you really think that was done out of the charity, out of somebody's pocket?
Tom, do they do that for Call of Duty and Counter-Strike and Gears of War? Do the players get paid for just being there?
I believe a lot of those people get paid in general. Yeah, I like Fatality. I remember, when he was a big name back in the day, you had to pay him $5,000 just to walk in the door. And it's not even about revenue that no one knows what it is, so the players can get paid out properly. But it's also about misappropriation of funds because we don't know how much money is coming in or who's making what. For example, I was, Siege Championship Gaming Series before MLG, whatever. CGS DOA was part of that. You had a commentator making $2 million. It was Fatality. Now, he was a big name, but if a commentator's making $2 million, how much do you think the chairman of everything is making? And they were given so much money, well over $1 billion for like a 5-year budget. And the players the first year were making $30,000. Year 2, only franchise players were making $30,000. The rest were making $18,000. So you see the salary coming down, right? I assure you, the people at the top weren't making less money. Players are making less money. And then they did a thing where you sign this contract that says we can pay you nothing even after you've worked because we feel like it, and you got to sign it. You can't play. So they started season 2 early, which allowed them to not pay the people $7,500 from season 1. Some wanted to get redrafted, so they kept their mouth shut. And of course, $7,500 is a lot of money, especially in like 2007, 2008. They shorted them, but hey, here's another 18,000. You got redrafted. You guys got franchise. Here's another 30,000. But the players who weren't redrafted, kick rocks throughout 7,500. Too bad. And then of course that league folded after that season was over. So the players did their work, but what happened was the funds were misappropriated, and they lost all that money. Supposedly they were quote unquote building a stadium in China. Bullshit. And then they went back to like DirecTV, Mountain Dew, and said, we need more money. And they said, no, you had a 5-year contract. If the funds didn't last 5 years, not our problem. League folds. Now, the players didn't get paid the rest of their money. You know who did get paid all their money? Commentators, the owners, all these people that owned the whole league. I promise you, they didn't lose their money. That money got paid out to somebody, just not the players. So there's funds being misappropriated. I mean, there's so much dirty shit in the FGC. And like GM is going to talk about in his story, currency is worth more than money to some young players. Status. They talk about top players like they're gods. You're going to be popular. People are nice to you. They treat you different. And these sponsors play on that. You're going to be famous. You win this tournament, you're going to make money. Sponsors are going to be throwing money at you. Now, they tell this to us behind the scenes. And then the FGC is like, well, who said this? Who did that? Who said that? And the FGC fights to defend it. And the FGC stays in poverty and stays broke by design, because then they don't learn about business. They don't learn about money. I mean, it is what it is, man. Unfortunately, it's become a business. We all say, why isn't it like family anymore? It's not a family. It's a business. A business has been built around players because you don't have to pay for the labor. Simple as it is. And I'm sure GM will share his story. He was around from the very beginning. I remember GM when he was coming up playing Rai in grand finals, man. I remember it. He came up from T5. He played in the early MLG era before there was really money in it. And T6 with Tekken Crash, everybody was racing to get sponsored. I mean, everybody was quitting their job. They're going to live the good life, etc.
When you and Foxy had your interaction, GM, did you make a video off the back of that? Because I started watching the video that sounded like it, but I'm not sure because I didn't get to finish it.
No, I didn't know about anything between Tom and Foxy. No.
Oh, okay. So you just bringing out one anyway.
Yeah, I just brought out one anyway because people. I saw the topic, like a lot of people were talking about it on Twitter, and I saw it was like, since I was been in the FGC, I met Tom like maybe when I was like 14 or 15, I think. It was a long time ago I met Tom.
Yeah,
so
you were young.
So I was in the FGC before the whole esports thing happened. Like, even like Twitch wasn't even a thing when I started playing.
No YouTube, no Twitch, none of that.
What we had was I don't know if you heard Google Video.
Mm-hmm.
That's where people used to upload stuff at. They used to take the little camcorders in the arcade and upload it on Google Video.
And before that, in the Tekken 4 era and Tekken Tag, like I wasn't a good Tekken Tag player. GM will tell you, I was considered one of the top T4 players.
Yeah.
You
were one of the top T4 players.
Dog, I told you, I was like Dracula, dog. I owned the machine. I owned the machine before Vic Castell, who owned Tekken Zaibatsu, got. I was the first person in the whole country to get the machine. And I would have players fly out, and we would play and grind. I was the first laser scraper guy. I was like, hey, man, this move is stupid. Different game. But, so many people would come out, Jop, Jackie Tran, Jin Kid, the great Eddie Pistons down in the DFW area. So many people would come out and we would just play because you don't got to pay for your games. Keep in mind it was out in the arcade for like a year plus before it even came out on PlayStation. So on PS2. But, we all played, went to tournaments, Clint, before he was Clint the Beast, he was just Clint, and that day you had to get a VCR. People would record the tournament on a VCR tape, and they would break those up into videos, which you had to download off massive files that were usually on like Tekken Zaibatsu or wherever. That's how you got footage, even before the Google Video. Yeah. So this is before internet really became the way it was. But yet GM came in right before the big esports boom. He met, I believe, Blood Red. Shout out to Blood Red, man. Always wore a suit because he said you never know when you're going to meet your future wife. So shout out to Blood Red.
I respect that.
Yes, yeah. And met GM, brought GM into the scene. You went to a tournament in Battlefield Arcadia, I believe. But I'm gonna let GM tell a story from the beginning and the way they talk to you as you're coming up. That most of you, on the internet, have no idea what gets told to players as they run their way up by people who only see dollar signs and the money they can make off of you.
Yeah, so basically what Tom is saying too, like when I first started playing, I was just like a casual dude. I used to just love fighting games. I used to play all kinds of fighting games. Um, I saw there was a tournament scene. I don't know if y'all heard it, Empire Arcadia, of course. They had the Battlefield Arcadia, and they had a whole Nintendo competition. So that was the first time I ever done any tournament thing. I was like maybe like 14 or 13. And I met all the players there. They had a big tournament there with a bunch of different Nintendo games and whatnot. I ended up getting top 2 in that tournament. And then, Triforce talked to me or whatever. And he told me about the whole tournament scene, a bunch of stuff I never knew. I didn't even know there was a community, He was like that. He got a team called Empire Arcadia, and they looking for players and stuff like that. So after that, I got more interested in like competitive fighting games. So I joined Tekken Saibatsu, which was like a forum that they had back then.
Yeah, I remember it.
And I was interested in playing different players or whatnot. So I signed up on the forums, and I met Blood Red. He was the first person out for me to play in Tekken. So I played him. He whooped my ass in Tekken 4. I've never seen somebody play like that. I didn't even know you could play a fighting game at that level, So once I met him, he told me everything. He told me about Chinatown Fair, which was arcade, that they host community tournaments. He told me about Evo. That was back in 2003. He told me about Evo and all the top players. He told me about Gym Master, Job. He told me about all of them. And he was basically, selling the dream to me. Like, he was the first person to tell me. He's like, yo, like, the way he was talking about these top players were like they movie stars, like superstars. That's literally how because I was a little kid. When you're a little kid and you hear stuff like that, you be like, oh, this guy sounds mad cool. I want to be like him. The way he was talking about, yeah, these guys are loved by everybody, they win all the tournaments, and he was just talking about how amazing they were. And in my head, I'm like, yo, I want to be good like that one day, So he told me about Evo. They even had the Evo cassettes, the little VHS tapes for the Tekken 4 Grand Finals, Tekken 1 Grand Finals and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, they don't know about that. Also at Evo, there was a time where they would sell it on DVD. So not only do players pay their whole way there, you have to sign and say you own no rights to your own match footage, and they can sell it on a DVD, and you don't get shit from it. But so it's the business, brother, business. The Mr. Wizard special. Go ahead, GM.
Yeah, so basically, I met Blood Red. He beat my ass, and then I started going to Chinatown Fair every single day. Now, like almost every week. That's when the arcades were like 50 cents a quarter to play. And there was a whole community of players that play. And then they started hosting tournaments every single month. And they got so big that even people from out of state started coming to our tournaments for Tekken 5. Justin Wong, he lived in New York. Ricky Ortiz used to come from Cali to come to our tournaments. Bronson Tran, he was like the Tekken 4 and 5 national champion. He used to come to CF tournaments too. So it was a really big community, and it was just $10 to enter. So it was really cheap. So even if you didn't have a lot of money, you could still enter. You just pay 10, and then you just put a quarter in the machine, and you just keep paying while you win the tournament still. So it was a big community thing, and it was really fun to play around those times. Because there was no esports involved. Nowadays, if you win a tournament, you gotta sign an IRS form. You gotta sign a contract just so you could get paid. Back then, you win an arcade tournament, they just give you the money, you go home. Now you gotta wait
cash in hand.
Yeah, cash in hand. Now they give you a check, and you gotta wait like 3 or 4 months till you get the check.
And if you start asking them, where's my money, they just silence you. Shut up. Wait.
Yep.
That's it.
So they do that now. So that was the difference between now and then. Now it's like a business. They, got to sign a contract, tax forms, and then it's like working a job. You got to wait for your check to come, And sometimes they do it fast, but most of the time it's like 4 or 5 months you got to wait just to get paid. So I don't know how some of these guys could be full-time pro players and they have to wait that much to get paid.
Can I ask you a question, GM? Being young at that time and being picked up by Empire Arcadia, When you got to know them and like you were playing with them, because we used to watch you guys in the UK like playing, but I used to see you guys like sitting around in like a room with loads of TVs everywhere. And did you, when you got closer to the players and closer to Triforce, did you start to realize that, don't want to say that like they're broke or anything, or they're not as rich as they're making out or famous, but was there any alarm bells going off, and were people still telling you like this is the road that you want to go down, these guys have all the money and all the fame?
The thing with Triforce, he's really good at talking. So even if you see this stuff around him, like, you know, them sitting on crates instead of chairs, you know, them eating like a Chef Boyardee every day and 50-cent noodles, like you see that, but when he talks to you, it's like you still believe it. Like he was really good at telling, like, you know, because he used to be good at talking. That's how EMP used to get a lot of sponsors. So he was really good at talking and you know, making things seem like they're not, you know. So
would you say that so essentially he was selling you on a dream, and because you were like still new in the scene, you just took his word for it because it was charismatic and he was well known?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, sometimes he would show off. Like sometimes, like I'll give you an example. Like, you know, PAX East, he was able to get all of us over there. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Triforce would give somebody the last penny he had to get him to a tournament. I mean, exactly. I'm not here to defend or talk good or bad about Triforce, but the thing is, Triforce would die for his players. I mean, that's one good thing about him.
Yeah, he was ride or die for his players. So, you know, but after a while, once you see like, you know, a lot of players started leaving, and then, you know, he was very reliant on sponsors. And the rough thing about that is, if a sponsor doesn't want to mess with you no more, they don't want to mess with you no more. So if you don't got any kind of income outside of sponsors giving you money, it's not gonna go anywhere. So, you know, once a lot of players, the first team to take players out of EMP was EG, Evil Geniuses. They got Marn, they got Justin. So once they left, everybody started leaving because EG started offering money and free travel. And you know, Triforce, he couldn't offer free travel. He wasn't a sponsor. He was like a manager. He would try to get sponsors for you.
Was there a situation of like fake it till you make it?
Yeah, because you know, the whole being a part of a team was kind of like, there was a lot at that time too. There was a lot of teams that would just offer you like a T-shirt, and that's about it. And a lot of people just wanted the status of being sponsored, but you're not really sponsored because they're not really helping you. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. At the end of the day, you know, they were still telling people that you could be famous and rich off of this stuff, but obviously, you know, if you don't have like,
it wasn't just Triforce, because people are going to do that. You had a lot of people, even people connected to leagues, that would say, they would sell like how rich you're going to be, or all the sponsors that are going to be throwing money at you if you win this, if you go here. This gets players to keep showing up because you're like, man, if I could just win this, if I beat this dude, if I beat this Korean, if I win with these people here, with these sponsors watching me, people with money sell that to get you to keep putting money back in and traveling so they can make money off of you.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't. I mentioned him because he was the first person that I met that introduced me to the old esports thing and explained like, you know, how everything works. You know, I do give him props because he's really the first person to really make a FGC clan. And he's the first, he saw this whole esports thing coming. Like he was the first person that said, you know, esports is going to come. They're going to take over. Any, you know, community-based tournaments are not going to exist anymore because the esports, they're going to take over. These corporations are going to take over. Because you see now a lot of events, like Final Round used to be a big event, like the biggest Tekken event in Atlanta. That's gone. Big E's not really doing tournaments no more. That's all East Coast tournaments. So there's basically like no community events anymore. You know, everybody just stopped.
Would you say that when you were part of EMP, even though like Triforce was like trying to push for the dream and push you guys to like get there, did you feel like there was a sense of community, or did you ever feel at any point that like you were just being used?
I never felt like I was being used, honestly, because when I think about it, before when I was younger, I thought I was being used. But when I think about it, like the stuff that he was trying to teach everybody, like, you know, market yourself, make YouTube videos, stream, build a brand for yourself. He was like the first person saying that. But so many players are too focused on just making money now and being sponsored and rich and famous that they weren't listening to what he was really saying. So they'll blame him for them not making anything out of the FGC, you know? Now that I'm older, I understand what he means by marketing yourself. You need to market yourself, become your own brand, so people could come out, like sponsors could want to work with you and things of that nature. So a lot of the stuff he was saying was facts. It's just everybody would just wanted it quick. You know what I'm saying? They felt like just because I could press buttons, I deserve this and that, when there's way more to it, you know?
And when you left Empire Arcadia, was that dream still being sold to you from other players or other higher ups?
Well, after I left EMP, I got picked up by Evil Geniuses. So that was cool. I got to experience what it was to be like a pro player, because they like a big team. They like a real big team. So I was able to go to my first Evo because they sponsored me and whatnot. So after that, I was still kind of living the dream. Like, oh, this is cool. I get to travel everywhere, go to my first Evo. And
they give you access to certain parties and things that you couldn't get to normally.
Yeah,
another perk of being sponsored. Like when myself and GM talk, you understand. I was very fortunate. As we see, we were good enough to win tournaments over a long period of time, make a name, get sponsorship. Even in my mid 30s in MK9, I was still able to, still make sure things was paid for, travel, etc. And also as a commentator, I know exactly how that works as well. I was making more money than most of the people who were competing.
I know that like you guys have traveled a lot, but could you like I entered the FGC in like 2008, but I was still very young when Street Fighter 4 came out. Mm-hmm. But could you guys talk a little bit about what it was like traveling together, or like getting to move around with your boys and playing games? Because a lot of the time now, a lot of the stuff that's covered in the FGC is drama related and people doing really messed up things. When you guys were coming up and you'd been picked up by Evil Geniuses, or even when you were with EMP, what was it like moving around as a team and interacting with the rest of the community versus what it is now?
By the way, the drama related, let me tell you something, guys. The people with more money than most people in the FGC have turned us against each other. How can you be a professional if you don't act like a professional? The way most of us in the FGC that are pro players act toward each other, if you acted that way at your job, you would get fired. Why? Because how are you going to represent the company whose name you wear on your t-shirt? Not good. We want to be grassroots, but be paid like professionals without acting like it. The FGC is by nature extremely unprofessional. And we're kept that way. And hype and drama, that's not hype. That just allows people to pay us, like to pay you guys now, I'm retired players, like garbage, because you're not acting like professionals. If you want it to be paid like a professional, then treat it like a job, not like a hobby. FGC wants to treat it like a hobby, while other people above you get paid like it's their job, and you guys get paid like, well, thank God, you're making pennies. So for me, it was like you were traveling. When I first started, there's no online, even GM. So sometimes for me to get the experience I need, especially in the more modern era, dog, you're living on the road like a WWE wrestler, 280 days a year, brother. And sponsors will pay for you to, live out of town at a certain location for as long as you need to get that experience that you need. When Koreans were coming to Dallas, guess what? Players from New York, they were in the DFW area. House of Goons, sponsors pay for you to play there, stay there for a while, etc., wherever that competition may be. So we had to live on the road. So what career can you possibly have for the first 20 years that fighting games existed, from like the early 90s up until 2010, 2011, 2012? Really not much. For the first 20 years of fighting games, competitive fighting games, you are, and especially the first 10 years of the more esports era, the 2000s, you're living on the road. So if you're in Korea, you have a massive advantage, right, in Tekken. So to offset that, you got to travel. He had New York. But man, if you're living in like South Dakota, get fucked. You better live on the road or you can't compete. So it was very money demanding on people, which is why these sponsors have been like, hey man, I'll pay you to do this, do that. And you start thinking, man, I can make some money. I can do this. And because it's not really affecting you until you're much older, because what career do you have for yourself? What are you building for yourself while you're traveling to compete and be this top player and be so well known? And status is currency in the FGC. And the sponsors and events do tempt you with that. That's what it was like for me to travel around. And I'm sure GM was very similar for most of his time competing.
Yeah, when I started traveling, at least when I traveled with EMP, it was always car trips all the time. So I got used to just traveling long hours in cars because I understood like flights and hotels were always expensive. So that we should just carpool everywhere. When I used to travel by myself, I used to just take buses, Greyhounds, Chinatown buses. And the reason why I used to do that is because one, flights and hotels are really expensive. And two, I knew if I won the tournament, I wasn't gonna win my money back. But at least if I took a bus, I could make double than what I spent because buses were cheap. You take a Chinatown bus, it's
60
like
bucks there and back.
yeah, $60 there and back. If I took a flight, I'll probably pay close to 700, maybe even more if I count the hotel with it too. So I used to just take buses over everywhere. So I used to constantly just travel on buses and buses. And like Tom said, it was like being a wrestler. You ain't getting no breaks. You was always traveling. And there was tournaments almost every week. That's what was great about the old school era, the grassroots era. Everybody was hosting a tournament, so you always got tournament experience. Every week there was a tournament. Now there's barely any locals or anything. And if there is a local, you got to pay entry, venue fee, and you got to pay for some tournaments. They make you pay like a subscription where you got to be a member just to play in them. You know what I'm saying? So it changed a lot, and the grind was real. Everybody didn't really play for money. They more played for trying to show them that they were the best. You know what I'm saying? Because it felt like it was cool. It was cool to try to show people that you was the best, and it was all competitive. Everybody just played just for competition. Nobody really played for money, even though honestly, now before the money was a bit better, and the reason why was one, they just gave you the cash in person, and two, they didn't tax you neither. So you got all the money they guaranteed. Let's say first place guaranteed 1,000, you was gonna get 1,000, and they was gonna give it to you in cash. So you didn't need to worry about waiting for anything, and there was way more tournaments too. So.
Way more tournaments.
Let's say that like you went to like, were tournaments paying out similar to like where if you say like in New York and then you went down to Texas or whatever, were you making similar money per tournament if you were coming first place, and how much was that roughly?
I'll give you an example. I won final round for Tekken 6 in 2011. And that was like the biggest tournament at the time. That was like Namco. I won like $800, which is pretty good for 2011. That's not too bad. And I only spent like $50 to get there. So
that's a good.
And let me also say something else. And GM can talk about this because any top level competitor this has happened to. There was a time when like the setups were what they were, right? You're only paying $10, right, to get in, and $10 for venue fee, whatever. Maybe then they started charging $20 for each. You know what I'm saying? But we're like, all right, but they gave the illusion that they're stepping it up. You know what I'm saying? It got to the point where they're charging us God knows how much money in the mid 2010s. 2013, 14. Sometimes you go to a tournament, you're paying like $100 to walk in the door, and the sound don't even work. You can't even hear nothing. You know what they hit you with? Well, we didn't used to have sound. I know, because you used to charge us $10 to walk in the door. They'll start charging you event money, and the setups were garbage. And if a player said, "Hey, this monitor's lagging, I can't hear no sound," you're an excuse maker. You're a crybaby. They put all this negative shit on you, and you're like, "Dog, I paid $100 to get in this building." GM, we've all had that sentence. Every single one of us.
Yeah, that's
they
what he's
start
saying
making
too.
Money off us.
Yeah, a lot of times the setups don't even work at tournaments. You go there, there's no sound or nothing, and you complain about it. They tell you to deal with it. They tell you to deal with it. Like you could be playing like on the main screen. A lot of times it'd be laggy. You talk about it, they just tell you to deal with it. And a lot of times too, I don't know why they do this at these tournaments. It could be like 100 degrees outside, right? Like super hot, right? And then you go to the tournament and it's like -10 inside. And I'm like, what the hell happened? So when you playing, you like shivering like this. And like, I don't know why they do that in tournaments. It's like they do that a lot. For Evo, they do that. They put the AC on blast. If it's really cold outside, it'll be really, really hot at the tournament. And then there'll be no water stations. So you could dehydrate. That's what happened at one of the big New York majors. Some guy passed out because of how hot it was. And there was no water stations. I'm surprised the tournament still went on. He went to the hospital.
And
did he incur any injuries?
I don't know if he died, but people say he died. but I don't know.
Oh
if
shit!
No,
Oh,
I
my
don't know. I'm not really sure if he died. I heard that. Some people I heard he said he's had to be hospitalized for a couple of good days. Some they say he died. I have no idea. That's just FGC.
Yeah.
But I want you guys to realize what they do. So there was a time in the early how they capitalize on FGC tradition and make money off it. So, for example, there was a time when FGC was, as grassroots as can be, and we Mortal Kombat players, they don't know because they've been, as much as they complain, they have not paid the real dues, like some games like Street Fighter or Tekken. So when Marvel was big, you're a Third Strike player, hey dog, in the back on the floor. That's where you got to play on the CRTs. You a Tekken 5 player, guess what? Nobody gives a fuck. Be lucky you're here. In the back, dog, this is a Capcom tournament. Mortal Kombat players got to come in and they say, hey man, you an Air GM? They say MK9, hey, fuck Tekken. Fuck every game but MK9. There's Capcom and there's Mortal Kombat. MK players were born royalty with MK9. Like GM was around and they gave MK9 all the prime spots, right? I mean, some MK players don't know about it, but here's what happens. You're paying your dues, quote unquote, when we're paying $10 to walk in the door. But one day, fighting game players are so fucking stupid, you stop paying $100 to walk in the door. You know what they still say? In the back, on the concrete. Mortal Kombat players, for example, the dumbest bunch of humans ever created, Mortal Kombat players, are so dumb with business, they say, Evo treated us poorly. They shoved us in the back. No, you're dumb because you don't want to be complainers like Tom Brady. And you don't say, hey, cuz, we paid the same 150 as these motherfuckers over here looking at the big screen. Well, why are we in the back on the concrete? The MK players are the people that will go to the restaurant and, like Ron Burgundy, you will eat that cat food. And they'll eat it and like it. And then they'll, we don't want to, did you say anything? No, we don't want to complain now. Didn't you pay 150 to walk in? Yeah. Did anybody else get shoved on the concrete in the back? No. Well, did you complain? No, I don't want to make any noise. Then shut the fuck up with how you're treated. Like the MK community, they are the dumbest, most low IQ people. You got people in the UK who can, I guess they think they're world champion kickboxers, challenging people off the street to fight, not even knowing what they know or whatever. They're idiots. Idiots. Over the MK community are idiots. They're so dumb. They'll talk about somebody being negative. Meanwhile, they shit on every Mortal Kombat game besides the one they're playing currently. They're idiots of the highest magnitude. But what happens is the FGC businesses, these people, they take FGC tradition, right? Got to pay your dues, right? Got to sit in the back. Not enough people are here. Hey, dog, did you charge me 100, 150, 200? Yes. Did you know this many people were here? Yes. So because of that, you decided my 150 that I paid or more doesn't get the same luxuries as these people because there were more of them? Let me get this straight. You get to charge me for this, and then you throw me over here. So who really made a profit there? Them. And you know what? Don't complain. You got to pay your dues. Shut up and sit in the back. What started out as, okay, we'll take it. We only pay $10. We're just happy to play. Turned into now they're charging us money and treating. And Mike, you know this. How many times do MK players talk about, you don't know about 2016 or this year, we're shoved in the back. Well, how much money did you pay to walk in the door? I was there. I sat on the concrete. And I was like, hey, man, you guys don't have to take this. They were like, oh, shut up, Tom. You're complaining. All right. What do they do now, Mike? Bitch and moan about how poor they were treated. Like some schoolboy bitches. I mean, like, at the end of the day, they don't understand money. They don't understand business. The FGC pushes players and communities around. They charge you the same as everybody else, but treat other communities like shit because they can. And I'm not saying this is Evo now, but every tournament at some point was doing that. They took what was once, pay your dues, sit in the back, you're the low man here, right? Now, they literally, players don't understand the power they have, but they don't understand
Tom,
how this...
I just want to know, because I know how you feel about the MK community, but I want to know how GM feels about them. Like, do you mirror the same sentiments towards the MK community as Tom does?
Honestly, not really. Mostly all the MK players I met back then, like Tom and a bunch of others, were really cool. So I didn't really know much about the MK community. All I know was that, like what he said back then, yo, Tekken did not get no love at tournaments. They'll put
Tekken
us
back of the room, dog. Nobody cares.
next to
right?
the bathroom. You got to play
Next
on a
to the
CRT,
bathroom, right?
on
But
an
guess
old
what
CRT
happened?
that you can't even see the screen.
Yeah, but guess what happened?
Did the MK players walk in and, like Tom's saying, like basically just say, "Yo, we want to be front and center"?
Nah, it was the people running, streaming
the
that were
MK,
running it.
yeah, the people that running it did it. That
Yeah.
Warner Brothers money, that sponsor, you know what I mean? They just MK was automatically Tekken 6. Yeah, you're behind MK, dog. Tekken Tag 2, you're behind MK, DOA, and every other fucking game. That's how they treated Tekken for a while. It's not until the MLG days Tekken 6 kind of had its shine. As soon as MK9 came out, hey, back of the room, Tekken. So when any MK player says that the FGC was dunking on them or treating them poorly, here you have fighting GMs like, hey man, they put MK right under the Capcom umbrella, dog. MK was treated like royalty. So MK players don't know about paying dues. However, there were times with Tekken where they started charging you more than $10. They were charging you $50, $60, $70 back of the room still, right? I mean, so they started taking FGC like when you were paying your dues and being able to say, hey, these suckers will pay $100, $150, and we can shove them, like when MK players talk about it, we can shove them, we can make them watch top 32, top 64, sitting on the fucking con. Dog, in 2015, 2016, I mean, MK players top 64, we didn't even have chairs unless you were playing. Everybody else had to sit on the concrete floor. Did any MK player say, hey man, we paid $150 to get in here, man? Nope, shut up, Tom, you're complaining. This is how fucking stupid they are. But it's not just MK. Other fighting game communities have been taken advantage of like this. They don't understand like how the FGC has become a business around them. They just don't get it.
Can I ask, why was a GM? Why was Tekken being so heavily disrespected back then?
It was the numbers too, man. Street Fighter was just too big and too popular, and same with MK. But I think it was kind of biased to be real with you, because Tekken after a while started getting good numbers, but they was so focused on Street Fighter that they didn't care about no other game. It was even like that if you joined the esports team. If you didn't play Street Fighter, they wasn't really gonna care about you. Like I was in a team, I'm not gonna say no names, but I was in a team that they had a Street Fighter player. They gave him his own home.
Damn.
His own home. And then everybody else on the team was kind of like, you just gotta do what you gotta do to live. But this guy got his own home and a training camp just because he plays Street Fighter.
I'm assuming, because you said you joined Evil Geniuses.
It wasn't them. It was another team after that.
Oh, it was a different team.
Yeah,
Okay.
after doing the Tag 2 era. So this definitely was biased towards, what game was more popular. You got treated differently too. If you was a top Tekken player, you probably wouldn't be able to sit at the dinner table with everybody else. You probably got to go to Arby's or something. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how it was. It's just how it was. So, and we always had to play in the back, or sometimes they wouldn't even stream out top 8s. And if they did, we only got the finals. That's it. There was tournaments that I went to that they only streamed top 2. And Street Fighter, MK, everything else got a straight top 8 streams. And we have to deal with that for a long time. And to me, it's crazy because a lot of these same tournament organizers that were doing it, they put Tekken on a pedestal now. So it makes me think, like, are they getting paid to do this? Because back then, they showed Tekken no love. It was like, oh, you in finals? Oh, you got to go all the way back there. You know? And then we'd be asked, yo, is Spooky streaming it? Nah, he's not. Just, go back there. And when you get to grand finals, he'll stream just the last 2 matches. That's it.
So were your champions being disrespected as well on like a similar level? Like, was all the attention and spotlight on the Street Fighter guys, and you guys were just sort of like on the side or forgotten?
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much, yeah. Like sometimes, like it depends on the tournament. If it was final round treated Tekken like it was Street Fighter, like it was literally the last game played and streamed. So that tournament, that tournament showed Tekken mad love. But besides that, nah. Every other Tekken will get either like a really early spot on the card, or your top 8 wouldn't even get streamed.
And even while this was all going on, because Tom was talking previously about like selling the dream or whatever, whilst you lot were getting sent to play near the bathrooms and you were being ignored, were there still people, not Triforce or anybody else, but just people in general still saying, keep on winning, you're gonna get that Hollywood fame, get all that money and whatnot.
It seemed like it was going that way because for Tekken 6, MOG came up, and then we had World Cyber Games also. So we had these big esports leagues coming through. So like everybody was like, and then MOG was putting real money on the line. Like you got top 5, you was getting over 1,000, and that was unheard of in the FGC around 2010. That you get top 5 and you get paid. And also for MOG, they had an incitement for you to get pro status to get enough points. You just got to place a lot. And once you became pro status, they gave you a shirt. It's an MOG Pro with your name on it, and they literally gave you a check just for showing up to the tournaments all the time. So at that time,
wouldn't they pay for you to come back for the next one, right? They would pay for your flight too, right? MLG, if I'm not mistaken.
Not for Tekken, but if you showed up, they gave you a check. So basically, whatever you spent to get there, they reimburse you with the check. So that's what they used to do. So that felt like when I was a pro for MOG and every other Tekken player, that felt like we was actually pros. Because I'm like, well, we reached the pro stats. We did well in the tournaments, and they actually paying us to be at the tournaments now. And then if you get top 8, you got paid. That was unheard of. So around that time, everybody was still sold on the dream. It was like, yo, if this MOG joint stays, we could play for a living. But obviously, it didn't last too long. It just lasted, 1 season for Tekken 6, and then they tried to bring it back for Tag 2, but it didn't do as well, and that joint got dropped the first few months.
So going into Tekken 7, did that pick back up because of how popular Tekken 7 was?
After Tag 2, honestly, I lost interest in competing because the pots were so horrible. Being a Tekken Tag 2 tournament player was like the worst time for the FGC because that game was really like shitted on a lot, and the payouts for that game were really bad. There was no sponsors in the game or nothing. You won a major, like I won SoCal Regionals. I only got $150. Luckily, I got flown out there because I was sponsored. But imagine if I spent my own money to go over there all the way from New York to Cali, and I only won $150. So mentally, I was like, I shouldn't be doing this no more. What's the point of this, right? Mm-hmm. I'm literally just playing to win $150. You know what I'm saying? So like around that time, I didn't want to play. But then, Arturo Sanchez, he convinced me. He was like, yo, this thing is different now. It's esports now, man. Like if you go to these tournaments now, there's way more sponsors. You could win more money. So I listened to him. I said, okay, I'll take it a chance. And honestly, it was the same thing over again. It was literally the same thing. The payouts were kind of like, the whole Matcherino thing helped because at least if people donated to the pot on top of what you won, it helped. But the issue with Matcherino is that if nobody donates, you just winning money from the pot, right? So
that basically corroborates what Tom was saying. That like somebody that was higher up in the scene was constantly telling somebody, "Go here, you'll win money, you'll make it or whatever." So Arturo became that person for you as well.
Yeah, he was trying to convince me, and then after a while, I saw it was the same. It was kind of the same thing. He was kind of like, he was kind of slaving it. You know what I'm saying? You was going from tournament to tournament, trying to win tournaments, and then you would have to use the money you won from the tournament to go to the next one. And it was a rinse and repeat cycle. And what most people do, they try to chase sponsors by doing that. And like honestly, you're only gonna get sponsored if you know somebody that has a connection with the sponsor. Because when I got sponsored, it's because I knew specific players and they told the sponsor. It had nothing to do with my skill level, nothing like that.
So was there one particular Tekken player? Because I know of the successful ones now and in Mortal Kombat, but back then, was there one particular Tekken player that everybody was pointing to saying you can be like him if you keep on going to these tournaments?
Honestly, no. Honestly, because there was nobody at that level at the time. Like we didn't have like no Justin Wongs or nothing like that. There was nobody to really look at. I think Justin Wong at that time was probably the person everybody looked at. Him and Daigo. Those are the names I heard. Like, yo, if you want to make it at as an FGC pro, you could be like those two. Those are the two people mention all the time. Everybody else at that time was still trying to get it. There was nobody that I could remember that, yo, we need to be like this. It was mostly the top Street Fighter players, honestly. Like the guys I used to look up to was like, Puerto Rican Borog, Justin Wong, because those guys had the big sponsors and everything. So everybody was looking at them. They want to be pro players like those guys. Those are the only guys that were like in real esports teams, because EG was like the first real esports team to actually pick up FGC players.
Yeah, because over here, just before you go, Tom, over here, we had Ryan Hart. He was always the guy that everyone looked at like, that's the guy, because he's in the Guinness Book of Records. He's won Evo. Like, he's done everything. I only saw him like a month ago, and I was chatting to him, and he's still constantly doing stuff. So that was the guy that we looked at as like, this is, we could, if we keep on competing in that, maybe we can be like Ryan. That's the only real figure that we had in the UK at the time that I can remember.
Before I want to ask GM a couple of questions as well, but I see the chat talking about Arturo Sanchez. But you got to understand, the dream gets sold, and then someone else sells the dream that was sold to them, and someone sells that dream that was sold to them, and it just keeps rolling forward. Yeah. Art will tell you now, hey man, it's not real. It's not real. But that's what they do. People just keep paying the dream forward. GM, you talked about in your one video that I watched them both, how players will tell you, you know, hey man, you're going to be, man, you do this, you win this tournament, everyone's going to know who you are, and they treat you different, right? They all of a sudden, and for a young player who's young, they make these top players seem like gods, right? And people are like, oh, they're idiots. We're not talking about 40-year-old men. You know, GM is older now. That's not going to work on him now. Yeah. When you're 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and like you said, if you're nice at the game, they're nice to you. If you're not nice at the game, they don't treat you very good, right? So they talk about how you're like, people will tell you, you win this tournament, you're going to be famous. People start treating you differently. You got sponsors telling you, hey man, people tell sponsors as well, you win this tournament, you're going to be making money. Sponsors are going to be throwing money at you. And don't forget all the people in Tekken 6 for MLG, how many people were racing to get sponsors, being told they're going to live the good life, etc. Go and talk about that, since we have Foxy who says it doesn't happen. He also challenges random people on the street, regardless of what kind of combat they actually know. Go ahead.
All right, so like I said before, when I started playing, man, the community in the New York was rough, man. We had 2 arcade machines, and if you was a scrub, you wasn't playing on the second machine, what they call the pro machine. So being bad in the East Coast era, you couldn't play with no top players, none. They would not play with you. So they treated you different because you wasn't good. So like people would have literally had to get good just to play with them. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when I became like a top player and started winning tournaments, I noticed more people want to play with me. More people wanted me to go out to eat dinner with them and chill with them. So people would literally treat you a lot differently. When it comes to like people selling the dream, honestly, it's more of a thing, man. Like I said, like when you get sponsored, it seems like you live in the dream. A thing with sponsors too that people don't understand, sponsors are not good at a lot of sponsors are not good at marketing people or telling you what to do. They will just fly you to tournaments and just see if you're gonna do good or well, but they don't tell you how to market yourself. They don't tell you to stream, they don't tell you to build your own community, because you kind of just left out there. They don't explain anything to you. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing too. They don't explain anything. So you kind of just going to tournament to tournament, they're just flying you everywhere.
How young were you when you were sponsored, if you don't mind me asking?
When I first got sponsored, I was, let me see, when was that? That was 2011. I was 21 when I got sponsored.
So would you say that you were like quite impressionable at the time?
Yeah, I was more on just trying to prove myself, and you know, I was a little bit ham too. Like, you know, I would trash talk a lot, you know what I'm saying? But it's because of the environment I came from. In the arcade era, people would just trash talk for the competition. It was nothing seriously, you know what I'm saying? So now I learned a lot from it, because like I said, back then, just being sponsored in general, they don't teach you anything, you know what I'm saying? They don't really tell you how to market yourself, how to make money, or nothing. Of course, there was players, like I said, like Triforce was the first person that told me that you could be rich and you could be a full-time gamer competing. He told everybody in EMP.
But he's not the only one, right?
No, he was the first person to say it. The first person to say it. The other people to tell me that was like real known players, like people that were on the upper echelon, that I would talk to them at tournaments, and they would be like, "Yo, GM, you know, if you do this and that, you can make a living off of this stuff," and stuff like that. And it was like top Street Fighter players that I used to talk to all the time that would tell me all of this stuff, you know?
Do you wish that the sponsors were like, they sort of like held your hand a little bit and taught you how to do certain things? Because I imagine like a lot of players, they buy into things and then they waste their time doing things that are not going to be beneficial to them. Would you, like, having gone through the process now and knowing everything that you know, do you think it's vital for the younger players that were maybe your age at the time to know these things as they come up?
Yeah, I wish they would tell like, you know, the players how to market and stuff. They just kind of just fly you to the tournament and just let you decide. And then, you know, if you're not doing well or you're not getting enough recognition or people following you, they just kind of like drop you. They don't teach you anything. So I feel like a lot of people, especially now, I think it's worse now the way people sell the dream, because people see, you know, all the likes people get on Twitter. People clout chase a lot nowadays compared to before, because there was no social media before. So now people could really think you could get famous and rich just because of what they see from social media, YouTube videos, all types of stuff, right? So now it's even worse than before. So I feel like now people should like wake up to it and be like, yo, these guys, you know, there's a difference between having clout and making money. There's a big difference, because you could have clout and still be broke.
Mm-hmm.
But the FGC doesn't teach you that. Obviously, that's something you gotta learn on your own. But I think people are the social media game is riding people's brains with what they feel about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I think now is the perfect time for people to tell these kids, like, yo, don't be sold on the dream, because you could go out there and win money, try to win money for a tournament and not get it back. Because I personally know a Tekken player that I talked to him, and he tried to qualify for TWT, right? And he told me he went into debt and had to get 3 jobs because he traveled the whole year just to compete in TWT. And I couldn't believe he told me that. I said, bro, was that really worth it? And all he told me was that he loves Tekken.
Damn. Is this someone that's still competing, or is it from way back?
Nah, he's still competing. He traveled for Tekken 7. He was the top East Coast player. He traveled the whole year. And he said that he almost went bankrupt. I think he said he spent like maybe like $30K the whole year traveling or some crazy thing like that.
Is that East Coast? I don't know, like, who's East Coast. Is that like Anakin or something?
Nah, it wasn't him. Nah, it's a. The only hint because I don't want to put him out there like that. But he's from my area, New York area around there. Yeah.
I want to ask you about, because it's said many times by certain people that no one ever in fighting. So what happens is what players do is they'll tell you in 2025 once they've learned. No one says that. Oh, I said that last year. But last year, I mean, you're still an idiot for thinking a year ago you're going to make any money. You know, is it? I mean, it's always said that all these people got these ideas on their own. But is it? Have you seen it being promoted by people behind the scenes? So it's not. I mean, players got the idea from somewhere, right? They didn't just wake up one day and hear they were going to be rich and famous and all this stuff, you know. And for years, we've all seen it promoted behind the scenes, right? By people that run these events, right? Man, they put big stars in your eyes, right? Man, you got people are going to know who you are. You're going to be able to make money off it. You're going to be able to monetize yourself, all this stuff. But it doesn't always work out that way, right? I mean, people started thinking, if I'm a top player, I could stream and do YouTube and people will know who I am. And we know this. Most top players, you stream, nobody gives a fuck, right? I mean, ironically, it's more so the people who are not competitive at all that make all the money, you know, off Twitch, YouTube, etc. So it's really, I mean, some people say even a year ago that a reasonable amount of people were making quote unquote bank by streaming and YouTubing, but that's not real either, right? A reasonable amount considers a good amount of people. I think it's not true that a reasonable amount of people are making bank. Now, you know, what I consider bank and maybe what some FGC people consider bank are probably two different sums. Yeah. But bank to me says, hey man, you're straight. You don't got no worries. You don't got to worry about your bills, etc. That's a lie. Most people that even, like you said, on the content creator grind from top players, you ain't really making that much money either. You know what I'm saying? Like, and for you to take that to go to a tournament, well, the money you're making from content creating, etc., you're just throwing it right back, right? So there's no point in going to tournaments anymore So players did get the idea from somewhere, right? And it's still being promoted in somewhat today. If you're a top player, you can still make some good bread by doing content creating. Also a lie. You in the FGC, you can be the guy, like super popular. Everyone knows who you are. You're one of the best players in the world. You stream YouTube, and you're broke. In the FGC, you could be the equivalent of LeBron James, and you're cashing food stamps, dog. That's the difference between the FGC and professional athletes. So even the 1% of the FGC are broke because there's no real formula. Like GM said, I mean, even to be sponsored, you could be super nice. Like everyone, you're that good. Sponsor still won't touch you. You got to know someone and know someone and know someone. So, but I really, I don't want to go off it, but you were around this stuff, right? So talk about your time in these pro leagues, these people behind the scenes, the promises they might make to not just you but other players. We all know people, GM, that have quit their jobs or left school, etc., left college early, etc., because they're going to be pro, whatever. Talk about your experience and what you've seen through those years.
Honestly, bro, like back then I used to see a couple of stuff, but it wasn't until I started streaming making content creation that I actually realized how much some of these commentators and the people running these events was making. So now that I look back, I'm like, bro, these guys were making triple of what we was making. And I always wondered how they got these positions and stuff like that. Because a lot of guys, they come out of nowhere and you just see them commentating. It makes sense for some people, like Rip and Reinhardt, they competed before, so it makes sense. It makes sense to see them.
So there is some money in some of that.
Yeah, but then I also heard, because people used to tell me everything. Once I started hearing how much money these commentators was making, I said, bro, what's the point of playing, bro? If these guys are making like 15K, 20K just to commentate one tournament, like that's
Have
crazy.
you heard of those stories of people making that kind of money for commentating?
Yes, I've heard like 8K, 7K just for one tournament.
And do people say like, hey, once you get to this point, you can transition into commentary and make bread? Has that conversation been had with you or?
Not necessarily, because people gatekeep in the FGC. So if they're making a lot of money doing something, they're not gonna tell you how to do it. They really not. So like a lot of the stuff is just like hearsay. Okay, somebody would just come to me and be like, yo, this guy's making that much, or somebody that commentate might tell me, like years later after he stops commentary. But people gatekeep. They're not going to tell you how to make money in the FGC. A lot of stuff I learned was literally way after that I stopped going to events. That, this guy used to make this type of amount of money. But people ain't going to tell you how much money they're making or nothing like that, honestly.
Have there been players and sponsors of these players who talk about how much money they're making from being sponsored? And you see players kind of say, well, I want that.
Honestly, like I said before, these guys will never tell you how much money they're making, but the way they present themselves was like they was making mad money. So when you see these sponsored players, you be like, yo, I want to be like this guy. You know what I'm saying? The way they present themselves and the way they'll talk to you. You're like, yo, my life is great. I could go to any tournament. Because when I used to eat with these sponsored players, these guys used to order the most expensive stuff on the menu. So we all used to see that and be like, yo, these guys got it made. They not worried about nothing. They literally.
And how old were you? How old were you?
I was early 20s when I started seeing that.
So between like 18 and 22.
I started seeing these dudes. These dudes was like eating the most expensive dishes, being hotels by themselves, everything. So we used to see that, and you'd be like, "Damn, bro!" Like, but people never used to talk about how much money they make.
Are you talking about the competitors or the commentators?
The competitors for sure. The commentators, I didn't know how much they were making till I started making content, and then people started telling me, "Yo, you know how much commentators?" Because as you know, recently a lot of players, they've been grinding to get commentary spots. Like last year, there was literally drama over people not getting picked for commentating jobs and then fighting, oh, they didn't pick me because of this and that. And I was like, why are they so mad about not commentating a tournament? And they realized how much money they making. It's like, okay, that's why they mad.
Yeah,
you making 10K off of one tournament, and the guy that's winning the tournament
is paid for. So you're not even in the hole. Like if you're a competitor, you go to a tournament, sometimes you're already in the hole $1,000 minimum, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If you're a commentator, you're getting paid, and you don't have that negative to offset.
Yeah, they get paid to get there. They get their fights, everything paid for, and they make money for commentating the event. So, I could see why most people just want to be commentators now. Because nowadays, like what Tom said, even if you are a successful FGC content creator, you're not making enough to also do your daily life stuff plus go to tournaments. Because if you go to every single tournament with the money you making off of content, you basically just making content to go to tournaments. At the end of the day.
The hole.
Yeah, exactly. Or you in the hole, pretty much.
So would you say that because the commentators are getting paid so much, and like you said, there was that controversy of who's getting to commentate and whatnot. We've had it here as well in the UK. I don't want to throw anyone's names under the bus because I know they've moved past it, but it happened in the Street Fighter section as well. I got sent a bunch of screenshots about some real snaky stuff that was going on, which I don't even know if it got back to all of the commentators or players. But do you think that the amount of money that is being offered to the commentators is what is contributing to this more cliquey nature that we have in the FGC now rather than community based?
Yeah, because like I said before, like I said earlier that I said people gatekeep people, so you won't know how they making the money or make as much money as them. So people, they tend to have their little cliques, and those same people get the same commentary jobs. Those same people get the same interviews, the same sponsors. So it's really clicky, but that's because they don't want anybody else to get what they getting. So it's been like that for a minute.
Right.
Yeah, no, 100%. GM, let me ask you a question. Uh, so, because I've been around these same tables of these same people,
Yeah.
whatever, how good their life is, etc. Can we confirm they make it seem like their life is great? And you say, hey, man, I could be. What they don't tell you is, hey, man, how old are you? 21? Hey, man, stop right now. Don't come to another tournament. You want some money, invest that. Stop going to tournaments. They don't tell you that. They say, hey, keep going, right? Because
Yeah.
I'm living the life, right? So they do promote that, right? All the time. It's always promoted. People may say, well, who didn't say it on Twitter? Just because someone doesn't say it on Twitter, they don't, while we're there, they're promoting, they're living the life of luxury, right? And then none of them are saying, don't do this, right? None of them are saying, hey, man, you do what I do, in 10 years, you're going to be broke. And we know
Yeah.
none of those players that were selling that, ain't none of them rolling in money right now, right?
Yeah.
But at that time, they were I'm doing okay. Because what the FGC doesn't do is they say, hey, man, look what you can do from 18 to 30. When you're 30 and you don't got those sponsors no more and you ain't got that life no more, you're like, hey, dog, I don't got no career. I don't got no 401k. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to do my whatever I'm going to do for my future now. So instead of doing that at 18 or 21, the FGC keeps you sucked in and you start doing it at 31 and 35.
Yeah.
That puts you behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
But
They
these
don't.
players who do that, they don't tell. None of them told you, GM, at the table. GM, get out right now, right? They made it seem like, hey, man, I'm making bread, and it made people like you and others say, I'm trying to be like them too.
Yeah, they don't, like, the FGC doesn't tell you how to better your life or nothing like that, and they keep telling you to go to tournaments. They don't give you no advice at all. They be like, man, you did so good. I hope to see you at the next one. And you just keep rinsing and repeating, rinsing and repeating, rinsing and repeating. So you don't get no advice on anything. Me, I started seeing the true colors when I started seeing friends that I had that became homeless over this because they want to be full-time FGC players. And they did it to the point that they literally had no place to live. You know what I'm
Wait a
saying?
minute. People being homeless. I heard someone in the UK told me that they woke up one day and here's what's being promoted. It's being said by the people that defend the garbage the FGC does, as these players woke up one day and got the idea all on their own. It was never presented a certain way or sold to them a certain way that, hey, you could be living the good life. But isn't it true that players that have chased that? They have been told this dream is real, and if they do X, Y, Z, they're going to be making all this money, so they chase it.
Yeah, they get told by whoever, because I was told before too, like, yo, if you make it this far, you can make this amount of money, and they sell you the dream really, really early. But I started seeing how some of my friends became homeless. They were struggling OD just to get food. I was like, yeah, man, this is not it, man.
But the
Luckily that
FGC doesn't talk about these, right? You never hear about these examples, right?
nah, they
Because
don't
they'll
tell you
talk
about
about
nothing.
someone that dropped out of high school and is being successful now, and he may say, I don't do it. But they don't talk about all the people that gave their life to the FGC and are homeless, broke, can't take care of their family, etc. Right? You don't ever hear about that. And if you do, it's labeled as a bunch of fools who woke up one day and heard it on their own. But the truth is, they hear it from people in the FGC.
Yeah, so you can't make this full time, man. This dudes I know, like I said, they become homeless and stuff like that, and they were top players. Some of these guys even won Evos before. You know what I'm saying? And they were literally eating off of trash cans and stuff like that. And that's why I tell you, just because you win an Evo or if you have some kind of status, the FGC not really gonna look out for you. You're just a competitor at the end of the day. Most sports, I feel like in the NBA or something, if you a champion, that won't happen to you. They're gonna take care of you. You know what I'm saying? FGC don't take care of his players, man.
Do you guys are you guys like, do you know players in other competitive scenes where this might have happened, or is this exclusive to the FGC?
For me, it's just FGC people. That because every other thing, if you play Counter Strike or League of Legends, you good money. If you win, you win like $1 million for Fortnite, I think. If you win the championship or whatever, FGC don't have that type of money. So like the people that I know were just FGC players that I grew up with, that I met when I was like 13, 14. And I used to look up to them because the way they presented themselves, and also the things they used to tell me. Like top Street Fighter players used to tell me, yo, if you become a top player, you could become rich, successful, famous, you get all the sponsors, you could be a full-time gamer. You don't need to worry about anything. But once I started traveling, competing, and seeing how rough it was and how much low money you was making, and also how my friends were living, sitting on crates, sleeping in train stations, I was like, yeah, stuff started clicking in my
Sleeping in train stations.
Yeah, I knew friends that were top Street Fighter players, one Evo, sleeping in the train station.
Wow. But you know, I told these guys yesterday, I was at the Pokemon European Championships 2 days ago, and they had the junior bracket, and I asked one of the guys working there, what was first place get? And he said £25,000. And second place got 15,000, I think, and then it sort of trickled down through the top. I think they do like top 4 there or something, I'm top 8. But that was just for like people that are like 10 to like 13 years old. And that was, I asked him, so is that like the standard payout at Pokemon tournaments? And he sort of like scoffed at me. He said, no, of course not. And I was like, I thought he was saying that, oh, is this the most you can get? And he was like, do you play Pokemon? Like it was almost like he was like, are you being serious now? This is a chump change to these guys. So when I heard that, I turned to my friend and I was like, I've been playing the wrong game, bro. These 10-year-olds are making 25k at a tournament for just playing Pokemon.
If you take a popular game, the 3 major fighting games out right now, sales-wise, are like Street Fighter, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, right? If you take their total sales over the last several years, it doesn't equal what some of these games sell in a day. I mean, the money just isn't in the FGC. The money in the FGC isn't being a player. It's in being on the business side of the FGC. The business side of the FGC, they get paid. As the players, because you're just free entertainment for someone else to make money off of. Even commentators, there are tournaments to where the commentator makes more than someone who. Mike, can you look up what 7th place got at the Pro Series? The demigod event for Mortal Kombat. We just had a pro event. So
what's it called?
The Mortal Kombat, the NRS Pro Cup, Season 2. They have the payouts for demigod events. Like, what do you get for 7th place?
Sure, Liquid Media will probably have it.
Guys in the chat, do you guys know what it is? If you get 7th place at yesterday's tournament, for example, or whatever day it was, over the weekend, the NRS.
I'll look it up while you guys are talking.
Yeah, the NRS Pro Tour. So you keep in mind to go out to a tournament like this, you are already in the red. You know what I'm saying? So to make it out there for something like this, you're in the hole, let's say $1,000, $1,500. It's expensive to travel. You're not making much money back. As a commentator, you're already ahead of the players who are getting like 7th place, because that $1,500 or $2,000 you have to pay for everything, it's already taken care of. Plus what they're going to pay you to commentate.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of people nowadays they just try to go to get a commentating job or some kind of esports job. Even dudes that have no fighting game background literally work for these companies now too, and they chased it. And it was just guys that would just like run tournaments or something, and they have these high positions too. And you know, they making bank now. They literally making bank.
Does anybody know what Tekken Evo, let's say, what you got for 7th place?
It was pretty. I know. First place for Evo for Tekken was like 7K.
What was it for 7th place?
7th must have been like
last year's Evo. I'm just gonna look. You guys got to realize, man. And even the chats, like, oh, Tom, whatever. Yeah.
Was this demigod event Viennale?
No, it's it was the Mexican tournament yesterday in Mexico.
Well, I mean, all of them seem to have similar. So first, it said for this one, which took place this year, was $5,000. 7th place got $200. So
RS Pro. Hold on.
That is exactly the same as Gamescom, and that is exactly the same for Combo Breaker. So
I'm just want to look up. I want to look it up. I just want to be sure that
yeah, 700 for Tekken 8 for 8th place at Evo.
Okay, 700, right? So Pig of the Hut broke down what it cost this year. I think I tagged you in it, Mike, right? To flight to Evo, hotel, entry fee, venue fee, etc. Right? You're like $1,800.
Oh yeah.
If you're
let
a
me find
competitor, you're already in the whole $1,800. Even if you win $700, you're now in the hole between $1,000 and $1,100. You follow me? The commentators that did Tekken made more money than the person who made 7th place. The commentators, I just want to make sure that I got the NRS. Does anyone in the chat have the link to the NRS Pro Comp Season 2 information?
So yeah, this is Pig of the Hut breaking it down. So Evo 2025, 1 game plus 2 finals tickets is $300. Flight is $600 from Atlanta to Vegas. Hotel is $875. Total comes to $1,800, and haven't gotten any gear, eaten or had a drink yet. But the games have massive prize pot bonuses, right? Curious, what place in each game to hit $2,500 to $3,000 to break even? Yeah, so it looks like you take a massive hit.
So you have these commentators who are seen, I like to say MK, as pillars of the MK community, right? Not a single fucking one of them would be caught dead at an event. Maybe Aquaman. Ketchup and mustard as well, I would say, maybe. But I would say even for those three, there are some events they probably still wouldn't even go to.
They were at the Pokemon thing as well. I saw them there.
Yeah, those three are probably the only ones that I think I can think of. The rest of them, they wouldn't be caught dead. They wouldn't be caught dead. So why is it someone should travel to Mexico to win? And again, let me try. I want to find the exact payout information.
What was the actual name of the event, though?
It was the pro competition, Pro Comp Mexico. Okay, hold on here. I'm trying to look. Pro Comp Mexico. I don't think the payouts are listed here on Smash.com.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's come up.
There's a Rewind broke it down. And here we go. Demigod tournament points, entrant points, but I don't see. I'm literally on Test Your Might, and I see. Listen, here's the Mortal Kombat site, Mike. I'm gonna go ahead and link you to this, right? I'm gonna link it in Twitter to you. And I want you to put this on the thing. This is, keep in mind, we just had Mortal Kombat players on here talking like whatever, reference, because they don't understand life, they don't understand business. The FGC keeps you stupid on purpose. I want you to pull this up, and I want you to scroll down. So as I'm on here, I see a link to trailers, a link to the registration. All the trailers are talking about 250, the amount of total prize pool. Links to where you can register for them, right? I mean, let's go ahead and pull this up. I just want Mike to be able to show this and scroll down. So can you tell me anywhere where it breaks down on this what the payouts are of each individual event?
Not that I can see. No.
Okay, scroll up to the top and read what it says at the very first lines. Very top.
Spanning a year of global events, both in person and online, the Mortal Kombat 1 Pro Competition 2025 brings the best fighting game players from around the world to compete for their share of $255,000 in prize pool. Test your mind and earn a spot in the 2025 Final Combat World Championship event, scheduled for September 2025.
So this looks like, if you're a really young player, $255,000 on the line. Now, and they'll say, you can do your own work and try to find out how much you would break down. But it looks like the old bait and switch, right? The car dealership. Come in, buy this car, you get there. We don't have the car you wanted, but I'll sell you this one, right? It's kind of, that's exactly what it is. It's even literally marketed that way. You don't think anybody on this site can break down what the prize payout is? This was written by Mr. Aquaman. You don't think he knows what the prize payout is of each individual event? Of course. these people
Yeah,
are
that's
upset.
true. I do think that's interesting that they don't put that on there. Is there a good reason for why they would not show that other than, I guess, going back to the whole notion of selling the dream?
I mean, see, they'll say we didn't sell it, we just imply it, bro. I mean, enough, man. Now if you're young, this could be, a little, and let's see. Do we have where? I'm asking the chat for a link to show where the payouts are. I mean, I
You know
just
what?
want to see how hard or easy it is.
I was gonna say too. You know what's funny about this whole thing too? You see how it doesn't say how much money you win for the pro circuit and stuff, right? For the
Yeah.
Tekken World Tour, they don't tell you how much you win for the World Tour till the event happens. So imagine trying to qualify the whole year for the World Tour, and you don't even know how much you're gonna win for first place at the World Tour.
Yeah, I've even gone on to the Mexican. I found the Mexican tournaments listed on there. I've gone on to it on start.gg. It's got Sonic Fox came first place. Does it have how much you won next to it? Nope. No, it doesn't.
No. Very
yeah.
interesting. Start.gg Pro Competition is where you sign up. First event in Mexico, I have where you sign up. I'm looking anywhere on here. I'm clicking every link. Where on here? Mike, click every link. I don't want to say I'm lying. Click every link. Tell me if there is a link anywhere on here to an official NRS Procom site that has the breakdown of the payout.
Maybe it's got it in the trailer. Let's have a look.
Oh, in the trailer. Okay, watch the trailer.
Bienvenidos a la Pro Competición 2025, esta vez en Ciudad de México, tierra llena de cultura, gente de gran corazón, convicción, auténticos guerreros, y no pueden faltar los tacos. Buenísimo, manito.
This year, the most important Mortal Kombat tournament will bring together the most formidable players from every corner of the planet. The prize, $255,000 US. Registration starts today. Throughout the year, 20 players.
Well, that is somewhat misleading.
Hold on, time out.
That trailer was fire.
Does anybody think that these people did this for free?
That trailer is pretty cool. It sold me on going to Mexico.
Hold on. Does anybody think that the people in this trailer did it for free, or were they paid by Warner Brothers / NRS?
Oh, I think someone's got the link in the chat. I think, Tom, could you click on that? Because I can't click on it. I'm on StreamYards. Oh, wait, no, it's on Twitch. You can't see it. Shit.
It's but does anybody think that these people were paid for this advertisement?
Yeah,
Possibly?
I'm pretty sure.
And are these people paid commentators?
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
Let me get this. Whoa. Let me get this straight. And this is not just for Mortal Kombat. This is for everything. So these are professional commentators, paid to commentate, trip, hotel paid for them, and they are paid to advertise.
Wait, let's finish the trailer. To be fair, just in case it is in the trailer.
I'm sure it is.
from various regions will emerge to compete for the Ultimate Champion title at the Final Combat World Championship in September.
Las regiones que participarán son Latinoamérica Norte y Sur, México, Brasil, Norteamérica Este y Oeste, Europa Este y Oeste, Medio Oriente y Oceanía. Prepárate porque el 22 de febrero la Ciudad de México será el epicentro del comienzo de la acción. ¿Estás listo para ser parte de la historia?
I guess not. Guess not.
I was gonna say too, guys. What Young said in the YouTube chat is facts. The FGC pros are broke because they don't even know their own value. They are getting shafted. I agree with him.
I literally said that, And I brought up some commentators that do it for the community. They get taken advantage of. And we had a very good commentator come on here and say, "Nah, I'll do it just because for the love of the game. I know you will." And so do the corporations that you make money on the backs of the players. Come on, man. I'm looking for I'm looking for the link.
I'm fairly certain, because of the trend of payouts in tournaments, that first place gets $5,000 and 7th and 8th get $200, because that is the same across all tournaments.
I need to be certain, man, before I go ahead and NRS 2025 Pro Comp. I'll put that in right now. Let's say I'm a young player. Payouts. I'm looking it up right now. I want you to put into Google, Mike. Do me a favor. Let's just pretend, right? Put in there. Pro Comp Final. I think Dash Fight has it. Let me see. I don't know what
somebody in the chat wrote Pro Comp Mexican first place 5K, second place 2.5K, third place 1.6K, and fourth place $875.
Yeah, that's literally so 7th and 8th is $200.
7th and 8th. Wait, what does 7th and 8th get?
200. Those are the numbers. Those are the exact same numbers that I've got on here.
What do we think? Now we know what travel costs these days, right? Why does the commentator make out better than people that get 7th and 8th place? Mike, can you put into Google again, Google these exact words: NRS 2025 Pro Comp payouts, and let me know what we find. The Dash Fight thing is based off of the previous year. Put it into Google, please, and I want the chat to see.
On Dash Fight, yeah?
What year is that? It's 200,000. It's not current.
200,000. This was posted March 4th, 2024.
So it's not current. It's from last year when they upped.
Yeah.
So show the chat what you're finding.
All right. The current price was 220,000, right? So it's gone up ever so slightly.
Yeah. So no, that was last year's Pro Series. When that was last year's. That was when they raised the pot of Final Combat.
Oh,
this is even for this year. See, look at the date, 23-24. Top. So I want something from 2025 payouts. Now Mike, go back to the search. Mike Hollow Googled NRS 2025 Pro Comp payouts. Why is this so hard? It should be right there. It should be on the videos. It should be on the site.
Okay, so it says $255,000 as the prize pool. How do I know it? This is start.gg. This has got the most information. It's got a breakdown here, but it doesn't have anything to do with the money. Just has the points. Yeah, there's nothing here.
Nothing there. Now Rewind broke it down, and you played the trailer from Tester Mike, correct?
Yeah.
So you can go to the quote-unquote official Mortal Kombat site, run by Aquaman, who does NRS stuff, etc., right? And it has everything but the payout breakdown. But you do see 255,000, correct?
Yep.
Are we to believe that no one frequents this site, knows what the payouts are? Or do you think it's conveniently left out?
I think it's conveniently left out because I guess when you show the players the full breakdown, they'll work out what travel, food, accommodations all going to work out too, and then they're going to be like, it's not worth it.
And the reason why I get passionate, chat, is because when I talk about this, you have people come on and say, what are you talking about? What do you on about? It's not true. Even Button Check took a clip that was way wrong, and I messaged him about it, and he said, oh, I must admit that. I must have missed it. Did you put a retraction? No, because the FGC takes care of itself. The machine.
Well, you spoke to Ernesto about it.
On Twitter, but of course he's not going to do it. Like, oh, I was wrong. I took something out of context. It turns out, no, I'm not going to do that because that doesn't bring in the views, I guess.
Yeah, no, I've done enough searches on it. I don't think it's going to be anywhere. I think it's consistent with what we're...
Rewind did it in his video. Rewind did it in his video. I mean, he broke it down. But look, and I'm not saying it's not listed anywhere, but it's not the easiest thing. I guess you can go on Twitter and look for the official NRS, whatever. But it's my point is, it's very easy to find that there's $255,000 on the line, correct?
Yeah, it's advertised everywhere.
Significantly easier to find that information than it is the breakdown of everything, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we think that's an accident? GM was just saying, hey, Tekken World Tour, what's the payout for Tekken World Tour Grand Finals?
I think the prize is $100K, but I think first place gets like $50K. But they don't tell you that till like a day before the finals. Yeah. So the whole year you don't even know how much you're making. You just kind of just going for it and just seeing what's up. I give you an example. Like they did that also for the first TWT and the second one for Tekken 7. And I think Rang Chu, he won the second TWT. He only won $6,000.
And also let me ask this again. Like people will say, well, the commentators are working. Are the quote unquote pro players not working? Why are they there? Why are the commentators considered more professionals, quote unquote, than the players? Imagine this: you're a pro player. The event is built around those guys. They're not working, but the commentators are.
So what do you guys, in your opinion, GM? What do you think the solution is to all of this? How do they go about like getting the players fair pay? Like, what is the end game here? Like, where do we go from here?
Honestly, that's tough to say. I just think the FGC, they need more sponsors that are willing to delve into it. There's not a lot of sponsors, so they use the money obviously to make the events more glamorous and stuff, and pay the people that are like commentating the events and stuff like that. So honestly, I think they should just reduce the cost or try to find places that they could host venues at. I think the places they host these tournaments are too extravagant, that to the point that they end up spending so much money to run these tournaments, because back then they used to just some dusty ass ballroom in a hotel, you know what I'm saying, and call it a day. And and they never used to complain about, oh, I spend this much money, because nowadays, we seen on Twitter where tournament organizers will complain how much money they spend. Oh, I have to pay like $100K on lights, and then the internet costs me that much, and and it's because they put these places at these extravagant type places, like you going to like Comic-Con or something like that. So they would just have to I guess, find places that are cheaper, not try to make it too extravagant in esports. You know what I'm saying? And more sponsors so everybody could get paid more.
Hold on, Mike. You said first gets what? 5,000?
Not for the final combat, but for the pro competition in general. First place gets $5,000.
Yes. What does second get?
Let me find it again. I think someone had it here. Oh wait, no, that's for final combat. Liquid Media. So for combo, so they're all the same. So they're all the same across all of them. Combo Breaker, it was $5,000. Second place, $2,250. Third place, $1,000. Fourth place, $650. Fifth and sixth, $250. Seventh and eighth, $200.
Can you tell me third place one more time?
$1,000.
Okay, and that's for every game, right?
This is for Mortal Kombat.
Okay, Mortal Kombat. Okay, Mortal Kombat. Let's just start with Mortal Kombat.
I'll find the other ones whilst you're talking.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat. If you are third place, you're third place. We already know you're going to spend at least $1,000 to $1,500 just to get there, hotel, everything, etc. Right? Entry fee, venue fee, and then you got to pay for your food, etc. So you're spending a minimum $1,500 on that trip. You get third place, you only get $1,000. You're in the whole $500. You could be a commentator who is only commentating maybe one pool, not even really like a main commentator. So not even like a real pro commentator, quote unquote, like one of the bigger ones. And you already made more money because your trip is paid for, your hotel, your flight paid for, and you get a small salary. How can I'm not trying to insult commentators, but we all know there's the primetime commentators, and there are people that are trying to get to that spot that are kind of like, your commentators on the corner of Know Your Role Boulevard and Jabroni Drive. No disrespect to them. Why the fuck should that person make out better than a person that got third? In what world?
Do you want to know the difference between... So, obviously, Combo Breaker hasn't happened yet for 2025. So this is listed because I guess that's what the pro competition is going to be paying this year. But last year for Tekken 8, first place got $9,382. Second place got $5,361. And third place got $3,127.
Do we know what the rest of the top 8 got?
Yeah, fourth is 1,787. Fifth and sixth got 893, and seventh and eighth got 446.
So half of the top 8 is in the negative just for showing up.
Yeah, basically, I guess.
How many commentators are in the negative for being there? 0. Why? Now, I understand you have the more premier big-time commentators, right? But every commentator works out better than pretty much half of the top 8. Why? And these commentators, say in Mortal Kombat, oh, you got to support the game, you got to love the game. Shut the fuck up. You wouldn't be caught dead at any of these things if it wasn't for your stuff being paid at all. By the way, a lot of commentators, this GM, they do it because they were never anything as players, and they do it for the clout also. And you know that as much as me.
Yeah, it's free money too. They don't need to compete. They don't need to spend their money. You know what I'm saying? They don't need to prove themselves. A lot easier than just trying to prove to yourself that you a pro or not. And also,
this guy's sports commentators make more than the players. Okay, in the NBA, which player in the NBA is paid, doesn't make any money at all? You give me a player in the NBA right now that has to travel to a game, and just to get to that game and play, he's in the negative off that going to that one game. I'll wait, Chad. What NBA player says, "Hey man, I got picked up by this team on a 10-day contract, and I'm going to play in these 10 games." Right? Just for those 10 games, how much money did they lose?
All right, Tom. Let me play devil's advocate. Yeah, and let me instead of using basketball and racing or whatever, let's use pro wrestling, and let's use the indies. As far as I'm aware, the indie scene is very similar to the FGC in this regard, where the wrestlers are not really compensated for their time and injuries, and they're sort of doing it to get their name out there and maybe get noticed by a bigger brand. Do you see the comparison then? And what would you say to that, where the indie wrestlers are? Like, I've got Progress Wrestling very close to here in Camden, and I know a lot of them, at least when I was going there, they weren't making a lot of money. They were hurting themselves for very low pay without knowing if they were ever going to make it big time.
And the indie scene would be like the FGC, but that would be like your local circuit, right? You're always going to, even if you're a commentator, you're going to spend some money to get out there, right? You're not making much money, right? And some people have to travel to their local, or maybe there's a local like one state away, etc. The top of the food chain, this is like the pro series. Mike, it says pro in the name, does it not? The pro series, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The pro series finale of a game is akin to the Super Bowl of that game, correct? EVO is considered the Super Bowl of fighting games, correct?
Yeah, here they call it the WrestleMania of fighting games.
So EVO is called the WrestleMania of fighting games. If you make it to WrestleMania, is that compared to someone on the indie circuit?
No.
So what the FGC says is, we want to make money off the FGC like we're in the pros, but we expect you guys to be whatever, like you're in the indie circuit, correct? That's what it sounds like to me, or am I wrong?
Yeah, I guess because it is a totally different industry. I'm just trying to draw the closest comparison that I can think of. My only thing with this year is that like I'm like a very solution orientated person. So what I'm trying to figure out is that like the wrestlers kind of know where the promised land is, and a lot of them accept that they probably won't get there. But how do the players get from point A to what you guys are talking about right now? Whereas in they're getting paid as much as the commentators, they're compensated for their time. They don't necessarily have sponsors, but they're not being hung out to dry with all of the expenses.
I think honestly, bro, like I think more players should speak up on these issues and talk about it. That's one thing. They need to speak up and tell people what they're going through, how much money they're spending, and how much they're getting back. And also, FGC players need to know their value. They need to be better at marketing themselves and also be better at creating a community for themselves. Because ain't nobody gonna want to sponsor you or mess with you if you don't have any kind of following. The FGC doesn't teach you how to do that. So they just gotta build themselves more. And then, because in the FGC, there's nobody that's like a superstar to the point that a sponsor is gonna want to jump in, like a big sponsor, like a McDonald's or some crazy sponsor like that. So we need more people to bring more excitement to the FGC. But the only way that's gonna do it is if these players step their game up. You know what I'm saying? Like build a bigger audience and be more vocal about things and express themselves more and stuff like that. That's the only way.
And
honestly.
It can't be if you express yourself and you're an entertainer in the FGC. If you don't like the direction of a game, you're blacklisted and silenced.
Yeah, that's
People
a problem.
Say, he should have just gone along. That's another thing. And like players are incentivized to shut up and keep their head down. Or am I wrong, GM?
Yeah, they're right, because you get canceled if you say something that they don't like. If you say something about a game, or some of these people too are paid by these companies, so that's why they always positive, even though they don't like the game. You know what I'm saying? So I think people just need to speak up and be more real and build themselves more, so then the FGC could be at a better place.
I want to give you another example of where the FGC kind of whatever. Do you remember when Punk said, "I won Evo and I made less money than when I got second," correct?
Yeah.
And it was said like, well, Punk doesn't know the year he got second, there were just more entrants, correct? That's what people said, right? Now, I watched Evo last year, and even though they paid out less for first place in Street Fighter, the premier game, for winning than they did for getting second a year prior, or 1 or 2 years prior, whatever it was, I noticed that Evo, they announced a huge expansion to the Evo circuit. Or was I wrong, Mike, right? Evo France, Evo, all these different Evo locations around the world, correct?
Yeah.
Now they have the Evo Awards, right? Do we really think Evo went through a massive expansion because they were making less money? So hold on a minute. Oh, there was just less people there. So they make it seem like less money was brought in. No, Evo didn't bring in less money, right? So again, the people up here, they didn't make less. But they say, oh, look, players, see, not as many people showed up, so you make less. Hold on a minute. You don't have a show without us. So Evo gets to go through rapid expansion, make more money than ever. Players, you got to make less money than like a year ago because there were less people. It's a business. And players, like even Punk spoke up. People were like, less players. These businesses literally bonk the FGC over the head, and they don't know enough about how the world works to question it. Also, you are not incentivized to talk about it, because if you do, you get chats going, boring, talk about the game, right? And then the players are like, if you speak up about this stuff, you are blacklisted, you're canceled, etc. You can't have that. So everything in the FGC is designed to keep everybody shut the fuck up. The people, you guys in the chat, power to the people. Well, the people go, oh my God, this is so boring. Who cares? Of course. Meanwhile, you guys keep getting your fucking pockets picked, and the players always lose.
Do you guys think that sponsors would be more? I was going to ask, just before I ask this question, Jim, are you okay taking questions from people in the stream? Because usually about 2 hours in, we start inviting people on to ask you guys questions.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
All right. So whilst I'm getting people in here, I wanted to ask you guys: do you think fighting games would benefit more from switching to a team-based format? So rather than Evo being a thing where, like, say, it's fighting GM versus Tom Brady in the finals, if it was a team of 5 versus a team of 5. Because whenever I watch Counter-Strike or Gears of War, any of these games, it seems like it's like they play through a series throughout the year, and they're all sponsored, and they have their own teams and their own houses or whatever that they play together, and then they get to a point where it's like invitation only, or they'll work their way towards getting to a particular event. Like I went to a Counter-Strike event here in the UK, and it was just for 2 teams, and it went on the whole day. Do you think that it would be easier for players to make money that way rather than being a single entity?
Tekken Crash did that, didn't they, GM?
Yeah, and MOG had team tournaments too, and it was really fun. And everybody got paid at the end of the day. So yeah, I think it's a good idea. Yeah, more team tournaments, and also shows that there's more unity in the community like that by having different teams and stuff like that. It'll be better like that instead of just everybody just out there for themselves and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's a good idea. It'll make it more fun. People like team tournaments more.
Yeah, because I enjoy watching team tournaments, and the way that I understand fighting game team tournaments to work is that one player can, in theory, take out the entire team. It's normally like winner stays on, right?
Yeah, OCB they call it. When one character.
Yeah. Yep. So in theory, like one player could do all the work and get everybody paid. And even though there's a smaller pool of people showing up to these things because of there's only going to be a select number of teams that make it, people will end up getting paid more, and I guess like they won't feel like they're being hung out to dry all the time because they're traveling on their own and paying for food. You're sort of looking out for each other just like you would with your friends in real life, right?
Yeah.
And the very best of the best have more leverage then. Hey, this guy can literally take out a whole team more than most people. He's so much better than everyone else. We want this guy. Oh, you want me? Here's what it's going to cost you. You no longer represent yourself, you represent a team, an organization. Players have more leverage in that situation.
Do you think it's possible the FGC will ever go down that route as like a permanent fixture, not just like a one-off?
The FGC needs a rebuild where, for one, everything has to be transparent. Everyone needs to know what everybody's making. Commentators, the faces of leagues, people behind the scenes of these leagues, total profit margin these leagues make. That has to be known, first of all. Second of all, players got to speak up. This is not okay anymore. This is not okay anymore. The shroud of secrecy around what goes on in the FGC and the money that's coming in, etc., that's got to be known. And players got to speak up when they realize, no, man, this is wrong, right? And they shouldn't have a penalty. And the people in the FGC, the audience of the FGC, shouldn't say, well, you shouldn't have said something. Why would you get any opportunity when you want to talk about what's going on? Are you fucking stupid? So it needs to be that way. And I do think if it needs to be rebuilt, and a more team-oriented thing could be better, maybe. I'm not sure what the right answer is.
Yeah.
I'm not low-key criticizing capitalism because, again, there's no shroud of things in capitalism. It's money, big money is no. The FGC's money is a mystery. No one. Mike, how much money? Let me ask you this, Mike. If you wanted to, how much money does the Evo series make a year?
How much does it make a year?
Do you know?
I have no idea.
No one does. If I were to tell you how much a specific business does, you'd be able to look that up and find out, right? It's a matter of public record, correct? Because they have to report revenues, etc. Evo doesn't. But maybe they do, but where is this information? And how come the players don't know about it?
Mm-hmm.
Why is not a player to say, you made X amount of million this year, a markup percentage-wise from what you made last year, but my money went down? Well, why is that? Why don't we hear those conversations? Because those figures are unknown.
Are these figures...
DM, you know this? Tournament organizers for years have been making bank, but pretending like they're not making any money holding an event. True or false?
Yeah, true. They always write it on Twitter too, or when somebody talks to them, like, you making mad bank, and they be like, no, we not. We under the hole. I spent this much, and this and that. But yeah, they never kept it real with that.
So would you guys say that of all the competitive scenes out there, because obviously, like I said, I was at Pokemon this past weekend. My brother has played Gears of War. My other brothers play Call of Duty. And they all seem to make a substantial amount of money even when they don't win. Is the fighting game community the only one that is, out of all the major communities, is it the only one that's really suffering?
I'm not sure how many others are suffering. I'm not part of those, but I know that to have the kind of production that the FGC does, I would say they're probably one of the few that has this production, and the players are the only ones that are suffering.
Mm-hmm. I don't even know if it's a case of it being too small, because I know of a couple of other scenes that are like, they're not huge, like they're not like as big as like Call of Duty, but they seem to have a lot of money behind them. Like, I don't know how big Gran Turismo is, but they seem to get treated pretty well. Like, those players seem pretty happy. But again, as far as I'm aware, a lot of that stuff is done on invitation as well. Maybe the invitation route is the way to go.
Maybe. I also think that there should be a pro cutoff. Like, I guess if you want to compare fighting games to like tennis or golf, but everyone that qualifies gets paid. Of course, you have to qualify tournaments or a qualifier. Yeah. I think the top 32 or top 64, maybe top 64, is a reasonable cutoff for a super major, to which all 64 of these should be considered pro level players and guaranteed enough money to at least it's not a negative to have shown up.
Well, let me ask you guys this then. Like, GM, I'll ask you first. Okay. What do you think about the Saudis being involved now with Virtua Fighter and Fatal Fury? Do you think they're going to change the game for the players the same way they changed it for the boxers?
Honestly, like, it's cool that they're doing that, but that only affects like the top 1%, honestly, because the only people seeing that money is like the top pros, and that's it. As a whole, it doesn't do much for the FGC besides paying the people that are the best of the best, pretty much. So I don't really see nothing to it, you know. Like, it's cool.
Like,
they're
I'm gonna
doing
switch to
that,
my phone real quick while the kids get home. I'm gonna switch to my phone really quick.
All right. Yeah, no problem.
But yeah, that just caters to the top 2%. Honestly, that doesn't do anything for the FGC as a whole. Honestly, so.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because I've noticed, I've seen how the Saudis have transformed boxing, and how like it's changed even for like not even just for the top heavyweights, but just people in general getting flown out there and things paid for and how they're treated. And I was hoping with them being involved with Virtua Fighter because of Nvidia, I think, and Fatal Fury, that they were going to see a massive boost in revenue, and maybe because they're using Fatal Fury to promote boxing events now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was kind of hoping that it kind of went that way for the fighting game community. And I spoke to, I don't know if he was a Saudi prince, but he had a lot of money, and I spoke to him quite some time ago, and he was trying to like get Mortal Kombat players paid. And I remember the community really didn't like him very much for some reason, and then eventually he would start to grow on them. It seemed like they were almost rejecting it. No, they didn't want the money or anything like that. And I don't want it to go that way again now that the Saudis are involved with the FGC, because we know that I think a lot of people virtue signal and they don't know what they're talking about. Do you feel like that might happen again? Because we saw a couple of players saying if the Saudis are involved, we're not involved.
Yeah, I saw on Twitter and stuff like that people have political differences because the Saudi is involved, so they don't want to do anything just because they're involved. So it's usually like that with the FGC when it comes to things like that. At least they bring in money into the FGC. The FGC's been poverty for so long, and finally, just because they're involved, players are actually getting paid finally. So I think it's a good thing, but also, like I said, it only caters to like the top 2%. Like that tournament, you could get a lot of money for it if you qualify. But overall, the whole FGC is still really low payouts for every single tournament besides that one.
Yeah.
You know? So if it was on something that they brought into the other tournaments too and sponsored those tournaments, then it'll be better for everybody.
As a fighting game content creator, and you predominantly do Tekken, do you have any advice for people that are just looking to focus on one game, that want to get into content creation and make money?
My advice, honestly, is you have to make a name for yourself somehow. You know, the easiest thing, well, it's not the easiest, but you know, you could go to tournaments and try to get known through tournaments, because a lot of people that make content or used to be pro players or still pro players, so they enter a lot of online tournaments or enter IRL tournaments to make a name for yourselves. But obviously, you're gonna have to have some kind of money to do that. At least the you know, traveling stuff like that. But since online tournaments exist, you could just enter a bunch of online tournaments and get some clout for it. It will help too if you're really good at editing, you know, editing and making videos and stuff like that, because there's a lot of guys that get big over videos by having like great editing and great thumbnails and stuff. So I would just suggest to get known somehow from some platform, either YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, any kind of platform, and just work from there. You know, the
Yeah.
FGC is really niche, so it's kind of hard to get views in the FGC because one, there's not a lot of eyes in it, and two, there's too many people trying the same stuff. So try something different. Like what you're doing. What you're doing is way different than what anybody else is doing with the interviews, getting different people to speak their opinions and stuff like that. So more stuff like that, more different stuff instead of the same. I'm just gonna react to this. I'm gonna react to this pro player. So more different stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the advice I gave people last time when they were asking me that. Like, just look at what everyone else is doing and maybe tweak it a little bit, or just go in a different direction, or just do something. Because I like talking, and in my personal life, I've had to do a lot of like talking with people.
Yeah.
Just in like work life. So whenever I see, like, for example, I saw everyone reacting to Anna, and I saw everyone like doing the trailer reaction, like, oh my god, it's Anna, and I was like, I'm not putting up a video like that. What I'll do is, and if you want to join tomorrow, you can. You're more than welcome. We're going to do like a big community-wide panel, and everyone's going to get on and say their piece. But usually, like, I'll try to do something different from, even if it's like a big story that I want to cover and everybody else's, I'll try and add maybe extra 20 minutes of like my own thoughts that are separate from everybody else's. And it's been working so far, but sometimes people will ask me to cover things, and I'm like, everybody's already spoken about it. There's not really much point in doing it again.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because everybody does the same kind of content, and everybody reacts the same way to stuff. So I feel you on that.
Yeah. Well, I've got the first caller here. If you're okay to take questions from people.
Okay.
All right. So we've got Kid Thunder. Kid Thunder, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, we can hear you, bro. Go for it.
Okay, cool. So actually, I just have one quick. Well, first question. For Mike, for everybody, are any of you guys going to Evo this year?
No.
No.
Hell no.
Actually, do you know what? Tell a lie. I might go to Evo France because from the UK it takes about half an hour to get there, but I will not be in Vegas.
Is that reflective of like the state of fighting games, or is it just how far Vegas is?
Yeah, I mean, to get to Vegas, it's going to cost me an arm and a leg. I've got weddings coming up this year. I've got to go to Australia. I've got to go back to Japan. So, like, I'm not going to go to Vegas for Evo. I probably will go one day, but I've been to Evo Japan now. I'd like to go to Evo France. I don't have an interest in going to Evo Vegas right now, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. I feel that. Okay, so here's the next question. Kind of going off of what Tom has been talking about, where it kind of sounds like fighting game companies, like where is the money going if they're not paying the players? Are they pocketing it, or is it all just going to the commentators? Because I just saw this tweet that said Warner Bros. Is canceling like all of their games except for Batman and Mortal Kombat, but they're not paying like the pro players. Where the hell is the money going?
Also, by the way, there were also tournaments to where not only were the players free labor, some of the people that were running brackets, GM, you know this, they were volunteers. True or false?
Yes.
I mean, somebody was making money.
I think in terms of like when you're talking about games being cancelled and them only doing Mortal Kombat and Batman, and where's the money? I think different divisions get allocated a different amount of money, and I don't think the decisions of one department necessarily affects the other. Although I'm not entirely certain. I don't know if it would reflect on what's happening on the tournament side of things. Also, you have to remember that Warner Brothers put out movies as well and whatnot, and if something is failing in one area, they might put that money into another department. I don't think tournament players and the FGC is going to be very high on that priority list.
Okay, so dang, well that sucks. So this pro comp, who is it for then, in your guys' opinion? Like, who's benefiting from this?
GM, do you want to answer it?
Oh, pro comp for MK or just games in general?
I mean, honestly, I would say MK and Tekken. The Tekken prize pool sounded lower than I'd imagine for how big Tekken is, but I don't play Tekken too much, so mainly just Mortal Kombat, I guess.
All right. I think most of the costs either it goes to the commentators and the production of the event. That's where all the money goes. I don't think a lot of money actually goes to the players. I think the money that goes into the pot is literally what the people pay to get in, like the $10 to get in the tournament. And sometimes if a sponsor the event, they might put a pot bonus, but that's about it.
It's a complicated question because, for one, if it's a pro series done by the studio, for example, well, they made money in general off the game, right? So they're reinvesting some of those profits. And there's profit margins, which, if anybody knows anything about that, you could say that cuts into their profitability, which it does. That's above the FGC player, what they understand of the world right now. But let's just say that let's just try to simplify it as simple as possible, and it's never this simple. They're reinvesting some of their profits back into the tournament, the quote-unquote pro series. Holding the events, paying commentators, but you got to understand they get sponsors too. Like, for example, ESL, when MKX was on ESL, the whole league was funded by Microsoft for the right to have the Xbox, the system for the first 2 years of the Pro Series. And then the year 3, they moved on to PlayStation. So sometimes, like in that example, you've got an outside sponsor. I don't know the minutia of the NRS Pro Series. Is it on Sony PlayStation? Does Sony pay any money to have that happen? Are there any other sponsors that are in there? Are they actually reinvesting their profit, or are there an external sponsor that's getting their products, like your system being the main console being played? Advertisers. I mean, there's a lot of minutia that goes to where the money's coming from. We don't know where it is. It's that way by nature in the FGC. No one ever knows who the money's coming from, who's getting paid what. Is it from the studio's pocket? Is it from an advertiser? Is it from a sponsor? Nobody really knows. But for a pro series, ideally, if you want to say, where's the money coming from, the studio itself already made, or the publisher made money on the product. So, as in the simplest terms, and it's, like I said, it's never this simple. There's a lot of minutia to it. You could say, well, maybe part of that profit is being reinvested so that they continue to sell, or they continue to market the next expansion or next character, or whatever it is. Also, there's always advertising budget. They can maybe put that into an advertising budget, and that's just part of advertising, what they're paying out for a pro series. It's a lot more complicated than a simple answer. But FGC players don't understand business of things, so they stay dumb and stay not questioning things. And this is why things are the way they are.
Okay. So here's my last question. I'm using Smash as an example, seeing how Nintendo pretty much is actively against the esports scene, yet Smash is still, I mean, of course, Smash isn't really a traditional fighter by no means. It's more than that for sure. But do you guys think, even if you go back to Street Fighter 4 era, when fighting game tournaments were just more low-key grassroots, and esports was kind of a meme, that's what fighting games needs, all this spotlight's just not good, because it just seems like there's so much drama, and it just seems it's been crazy since Street Fighter 5 has come out, I feel. So I guess the question is, do you feel like they just need to cancel esports, and they just need to make the fighting game? If people want to run tournaments, let them do it on their own. The studios don't need to be so involved. Would that be healthier?
Don't know if cancelling esports is the right way to go. There's probably a healthy middle ground, because there are players that get paid. I think it's just the way it's presented, which is the main problem that I think Tom and GM have, the way people talk about it. Yeah, I think if people were a bit more honest and they just told people what it really was, and just have a good time, you're probably not going to make a lot of money. You'll make a lot of memories and you'll make a lot of friends, but you ain't going to make a lot of money. You're probably going to be in the hole. I think if they were just honest about it, and what Tom made us pull up that trailer, and it said 255,000 prize pot, but they said a chance to win 255,000. That is massively misleading, and we're all adults, so we'll hear that and be like, red flags will be raised. But I can imagine being a stupid kid. I mean, that's how fake news got so popular originally. There'll be headlines and people wouldn't bother opening the article. They just start spreading it everywhere. And then you open the article and they expand on what they mean. And everyone's like, oh, okay. And they just spreaded something around. It's already caught fire. So I don't know if cancelling esports is the right way to go about it. That probably wouldn't be good either. I just think they should be a bit more upfront with what they're incentivizing players to get into. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it does. So just a little bit more transparency. So I guess, Mike, this question is for you. I don't know if you had watched the Tekken. Actually, I guess because you said you're going to make a video kind of going over that panel from a couple days ago, right?
There's going to be a live stream tomorrow, yeah.
Okay. So I guess I could just wait for that. But thanks, guys, for answering the questions. I
You can ask it now. It's fine.
Well, okay. You were able to watch it, right?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. So you saw how, I don't know if this is normal because this was like my second time watching something like that, but Harada was like actively reading the chat and like actively replying to what people were saying in real time.
Yeah.
And they even made a comment about how Street Fighter and what's that other game that's in beta right now that everybody's playing?
2X. Oh wait, Fatal Fury.
Fatal Fury.
Yeah, where they like those games have been releasing. Oh, I guess Mortal Kombat does that too, where they reveal all the DLC at once.
Mm-hmm.
And Harada and the Tekken team was kind of saying like, is that something you guys want us to do? Do you think like, is that something new for them to like be that transparent and like actively engage with the live chat? Or?
Let me be real, yeah. When Harada did that, I was like, people are going to eat this up. But if you're trying to tell me that Harada, Michael Murray, had not already seen people saying that over and over again, and that's the first time they were seeing it in the chat, then I've got a bridge to sell you. I know what they were doing there. They already knew that people were getting pissed off about it, but they've probably already finalized things with the higher-ups and they can't do anything. But to save face, they'll come on stream and be like, oh, we're reading the chat and we can see that you really don't like that only Anna's been revealed. I wasn't bored yesterday. Like, I knew what Harada and them lot were doing. I appreciate the effort because I understand they probably have executives to answer to and they can't make out like maybe they are tired of it. But Harada's very tuned in with online. This whole with the online world, this whole where it's like, oh, we're old men and we didn't realize. That's all bullshit. I don't believe that for 1 second.
Okay. Well, that's news to me. That's interesting then. Damn, so it's just classic corporate shit, no matter where you are in the world, I guess. Huh.
Yeah, but at least, you know, the Tekken guys, they try. Like, they made it look like they really wanted to communicate with the chat, and at least the chat is active with the Tekken guys. With Mortal Kombat, they disabled the chat, which I really don't appreciate. So, Tom, I don't know if you're talking.
No, I was waiting for him to finish. I don't know what GM's feelings are, but I don't think esports needs to be canceled. I think there needs to be more transparency. Again, I would feel a certain way if I was one of the top 4 players at an event and I had to train pretty hard. You know, you 300, 400, 500 people or 1,000 people like Combo Breaker, for example, 1,000 people like last year, and I get 4th, and the guy that's like only commentated 1 pool, but they paid for whatever. And I shouldn't say, I don't think Combo Breaker is, I don't think they're paid commentators or something like that. But like a pro event, I don't want to be 4th, 5th, or 7th, you know, and a commentator who's like on the commentator hierarchy, like the bottom 1, make more money than me, and I had to make top 8. I mean, that should never happen. It needs to be transparent. What are the commentators making? Who's making money from this? How much money is being brought in? Who's sponsoring the event? Where's the money coming from? Where's the money going? How much of that is going to the players? How much is going to everybody else? What was the venue? I mean, all this stuff, we need to know these numbers. And
I've just got a super chat here. I've just got a super chat here from Castle Kingside. Thank you for the $10, bro. He said, we don't have enough money. We don't have enough people in the world that care about fighting games. There's a strange knocking sound in your stream. Thanks for your time. Sorry, bro. I don't know what that is. But thank you for the donation. Yeah, sorry, Tom. Go on.
No, he's right. Not enough people care about it. I'm just saying there's just, and because FGC players don't really know how the world works, business works, money works. Mike, you know this. We did a thing with the FGC. It was like anybody can get put in a $200,000 car or get a loan for $150,000 from the bank. All you got to have is some decent. They're idiots. They don't even know how money works. They don't know how finance works. FGC players are stupid. and only because the FGC is like a bubble. They're not stupid people, but they don't really. It's like a bubble that protects you for how the world works until you're like in your late 20s, early 30s, and you're like, what the fuck? Again, keep in mind, who would go to a tournament and get 8th place and spend $2,000 to go there? Meanwhile, there are some people who are just maybe commentated one pool or a handful of matches, and they got their stuff paid for, and a small like a salary. Like, why? I mean, if the commentators most of them wouldn't go there unless their trip is paid for. Why should a player? Oh, players are 1099. Commentators are working for. What commentator has a contract with Warner Brothers or WB? A lot of times they're paid by an event basis. Even a commentator, most commentators are as much of a 1099 as a player. You guys just don't realize that. Even when I commentated for AMLG, I was a 1099, same as any player was. I mean, it's just the truth. Players are as much as 1099s as most commentators. Yet people in the chats are going, "Oh, commentators are employees. They're a 1099. They are an independent contractor in most cases." Even the chat doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about half the time. Like, this is how bad the ignorance goes in the FGC. Surely they're employees, and they're not. Game testers, most of them also 1099s. They are not testers. Most of NRS's testers are not in-house testers. They are independent contractors. As a guide writer, I wasn't an employee of Prima. I was a 1099, an independent contractor. You guys don't understand how the gaming world works.
Wait,
All right, Kid Thunder. Because we got quite a big queue, bro. I'm gonna let you go for now.
Okay, copy that. Thanks for having me on, though, Mike. I appreciate it. Thanks for asking my questions, guys.
No, it's cool, bro. No worries. Take care of yourself.
Thanks.
Just before we get the next person in here, Wolf Spain, thank you for the $5. He said, off topic, but Tom left before I could get this question in last time. What's your favorite DOA game, and what game would you want a DOA 7 to be like?
DOA 3.2.
Okay, so DOA 3 is your favorite.
3.2.
Oh, is the game actually called DOA 3.2?
It's called DOA 3, but it's the European version. The Japanese version had some really buggy stuff in it. It was more completed in 3.2, the European version.
Okay, cool. All right, well, we've got the next guest in here. We got Finn T.
Hey guys.
What's up? How you doing, bro?
First thing I want to say, GM, the Shaolin Bum has been dealt with. That is like the first thing I want to say. Other thing I want to say is, I want to ask you a question because I got the first hour of this, I think. Yeah. And because I come from a game, or because I also played religiously Counter-Strike. Now, in Counter-Strike, that shit, this esports approach basically worked out, and players legit earn a shit ton of money. Confirmed, I know, because obviously contracts are always people can't talk about it because you have all these NDA clauses, but they earn back in even in 2015, 16, 17, they earned 20 to 50k a month. So I guess that was never, so first off, that was probably never the case for even if you are, because I don't know, right? So even if you are sponsored in fighting games, back when you were with Evil Genius, who had also Ricky Ortiz and all, I think PR Rock as well for Street Fighter, all of them were on there. Did you get a salary for being on that team? Or can you not talk about it? I don't know.
No, I didn't get a salary. I'm not sure if the Street Fighter players got a salary because, like I said earlier, around that time, Tekken players were looked at if you was a Tekken player, you was a D-list actor, a C-list actor. And then the Street Fighter guys were the super Hollywood A-listers. So they probably got a salary. I'm not sure, but I didn't get a salary.
So all they did was basically occasionally fly you out to tournaments and maybe pay for hotel.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
Okay, so because my question is, I saw it happening in Counter-Strike, how it went down. So basically, I mean, it came with the skins. So I checked the math on this. In 2013, that was the year, in that summer, the skins were introduced. In that year, the whole tournament circuit of Counter-Strike had, for the whole year, had a prize pool, only a prize pool of not even 1 million. And now, we are, for the whole year, at a prize pool of 32 million. But what has happened is that when I checked this, it was basically the same that like people are, or like what to some degree already has happened, what you described. What has happened is that prize money, back in 2013, this 1 million was sprinkled across a shit ton of events. Like there were a lot of shit going on. But now, this ultra sum of money is concentrated in like very few events and like exclusive leagues, where already these people back then already tried to get exclusive deals. Basically, that the teams are locked in to the league. They can't play anywhere else. A franchise league, basically. So my question is, and the side effect of this is, by the way, if you go to the most popular Counter-Strike site, which is like HLTV, if you go on there, the first thing that is popping into your face is betting sites. Because that is also a big component of it, that people bet on this. So my question is like, would you want this? Like, is that like, let's say the players can literally get to the point where they get basically paid like almost like superstars, right? Like 40,000, 50,000 a month or more, plus tournament payouts. That is not included. Would you like that? And would you be willing to pay the price of like that commercialization of things? Would you like that, this vision?
Honestly, man, like I said before, like we used to have there was a lot of locals, a lot of tournaments, that were just made by people that were passionate about the community. Once esports came in, I don't know if y'all heard about this, but a lot of the guys that will run these tournaments, that they run themselves, they will butt heads with the esports people coming in, and they were trying to work something together, but it didn't work out. And then the grassroots tournaments don't exist anymore, and the esports tournaments only exist now. And that kind of killed the FGC a lot, because now the only tournaments we got is the big three. That's it: CEO, Combo Breaker, and Evo. That's it. And I guess the finals. So there's not a lot of stuff. I felt like if they would actually work together, it would have been better, because they're gonna, whatever pots or big bonuses they got, or the sponsors they got, they could spread it to the whole community. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So more people have more opportunities to play and to grind. And now you can't even grind unless you fly like 10 hours away to play. So if they sprinkled everything, like you said, to everything, it'll be better for the community. But now we don't really have anything besides the majors.
Yeah. And now Evo is like going with the like franchising approach, right? Like we are doing Evo France, we are doing Evo Japan, we are doing Evo Vegas. So, and obviously what follows with that is the inevitable that suddenly you have Chipotle looking in your face. And I mean, is it just a natural thing that is like not avoidable? Or like in Counter-Strike, what the skins did is like they brought millions of players in. Like suddenly the player base was so huge that interest was there. Like, can the developers maybe achieve this without, like, what is your take? Can they make fighting games more popular? And also then, obviously, the question is without dumbing them down. Do you think that is something they can achieve?
They could. Like, I think Capcom is, like, the best at marketing stuff. You know what I'm saying? They got, like, Lil Wayne for the Street Fighter commercial. They got the little collabs with Ninja Turtles, Spy Family. I feel like if more developers did stuff like that, more people would be into fighting games. So I think they
also, if you don't know, they had Spy X Family titles and Baki titles. Like they have them in the game. Like that's also super sick. Maybe Tekken should maybe also think about doing that.
Yeah, they should do stuff like that, or get somebody like an influencer. Like I'll give you an example. Like Namco tried that with Tekken Tag 2, where they made a music video. They had Snoop Dogg. The issue with that is that's when Snoop Dogg transitioned into being Snoop Lion. He was doing the reggae music. So at that time, he wasn't really that popular. So by them doing that, I heard they spend most of the budget in the game was literally to pay him to do the music video.
I remember. I mean, but you're right. Even I think Magic the Gathering, they did that with Danny Trejo, and they had like some commercial with Danny for this. So yeah, you're right. It can actually work out. That was a pretty popular trailer. So yeah, but. So you would like it? The ideal vision is like, because I mean, I also saw it. I looked at Raef, and Raef was traveling 5,000 kilometers from Saudi Arabia to versus fighting. He got top 8, and he literally went home with $500. Like, are you clowning me?
Yeah,
like, that is ridiculous. Yeah. So, but at the end, it's so difficult, because if you get more players in there, and with fighting games they can play, right? Because with CS it was also a barrier that you had to find a team, right? And all big setups, but in fighting games everyone can participate, and at some point it's difficult to like achieve this like ideal, because you also then need space for all those players. But So maybe we have not seen it yet. Maybe the fighting games can make this resurgence. You think that like it can like become way bigger than it is now without sacrificing like the also. It's controversial topic right now with like dumbing down fighting games, right? Is that something do you think they have to do it or they can do it in another way without dumbing them down to make it more popular through marketing? You think that is possible?
They could definitely, like I said, they could get more popular people and influencers to play it. The thing with is that with Tekken they did it, with the whole Sage Jam Slam, that they got a lot of real popular people to play it.
True.
They just didn't stick to it for that long, so it was kind of like a one-off type thing. But they got more people, like more popular people to play these fighting games. Then and also when it comes to dumbing down, I think it's important, man. Like everybody that I've known that was casual, they literally be like they don't play certain fighting games because it's too hard. So if you make it feel like anybody could win, or anybody has a chance, more people are going to play more fighting games and not just drop them, So dumbing it down is important because it's going to get way more people to play. That's why there's way more people that play fighting games now than they did before. They just need to market stuff better and, try to get more influencers or popular people to play these fighting games and also more merchandise. Like you see how they did with the Super Mario, right? They made a movie, Sonic 2.
True, yeah.
So if they do stuff like that, the Tekken Netflix thing was a step in the right direction. But they got to keep doing stuff like that, man, to get more people into fighting games.
All right.
Let me ask you just a counter question to that, or just to point something out. Why is it that a game like Path of Exile, their community champions the game being difficult and very like hard to get to a high level, or even the Dark Souls community? Even people playing Ninja Gaiden, like there's a quite a large portion of gamers, and I feel like the landscape is changing in a way where people are wanting more challenges. Do you think that fighting games becoming easier has come at a wrong time when people seem to be clamoring more for the hardcore games?
It's horrible.
Is it for Tom, for GM?
Anyone that wants to answer.
It's horrible.
Tom, answer.
It's horrible. Here's why. Making things more accessible. Tennis could say, hey, if you were allowed to hit the tennis ball out of the stadium and it counts as a point, would more people take up tennis? But you know what happened? All the players would go from the stands to the field, correct? And people aren't paying money to watch tennis or to have it marketed. They're just showing up to play. I mean, the sport would go into the crapper the easier they make it. I think the harder you make something, the better. First of all, to be a pro fighting game player, there needs to be a cutoff. In order for people to market players as something that's taking skill and they're the elite of the elite, it can't be something seen as anybody can do it. You mentioned gambling. Doug, does anybody want to gamble on Tekken 8 as it is? Mike Hollow made a video and he was like, he lost his whole bar to chip damage. Like, who is going to gamble on that? Nobody. Vegas ain't touching that. Ain't nobody touching that. The easier you make things, the more accessible you make things, the less people are going to want to gamble on it because, I don't know, I can't predict the outcome. And, anybody can play it. Anybody can upset anybody. The more you do it, people are going to say, well, what scrubs are beating the top players? Well, that was never the case ever when the games are hard or easier, right? But to allow more people in, it should be focused on, no, these are the top 64 or 128 or 300 players in the world. You, my friend, you're not one of them. You go in the stands, you buy their products, right? You do all that. You want to go to a grassroots event to show that maybe you're one of those people? Sure, do that. Get your name out there that way, But when you become one of the pros, there's got to be a cutoff where not everybody can be a professional, right? The way it is right now, it's just as they're going more accessibility, it's just a problem. And by the way, casuals, they don't like it either. Casuals, well, it's more accessible. A casual will get into it. But a casual, no matter how hard or how easy, will play it for a little bit and quit it and move on to the next bit, no matter how long or easy it is.
That is what I... Mike is obviously correct in for some reason Souls did this and in single player games it works, but so that is really weird. But in fighting games, people don't. I don't know what it is. For a casual, it doesn't matter if it's difficult or not, because they are not. Most casuals don't even learn the game in the first place, so it doesn't matter how hard or easy it is what they are supposed to learn. They are not doing it in the first place. I mean, most of the player base in every given game, if you have a ranked mode and you look into it, they are not even at any rank where you would consider someone even like decently skilled at the game. So, and all you need to do to reach these ranks is the basics, right? And they're not even doing the basics. So yeah, I think it depends on maybe how this accessibility is being done. Because what Street Fighter 6 did is the modern controls. So the modern controls basically remove the execution from NTRs and DPs and also super inputs without double quarter circle motion. But so the execution in that case is taken out and certain problems come. But people can play the game without even having to learn this executional thing, which already also people are like a bit, I think you should learn this, which, yeah, but it also brought the right drawback if you don't have certain attacks available for you if you play on Modern. But that doesn't work for Tekken. If you do that in Tekken Special Style, like it's like weird. You can do it, you can play on Special Style, but you can't really have the same experience where you like take anti-airs are a hurdle for people, right? If you give if a super casual has never played a fighting game, say anti-air reaction DP, that is going to be a problem for them to learn. So I don't know how you could even make it accessible in the right way for like a game like Tekken. I don't even know how that is even possible.
The first thing fighting games are doing, even making it accessible, they're cutting out skill sets. In making it more accessible, they say you should not be able to lame somebody out or run away or... Look, when Arslan Ash said, hey, this game is like whatever, you know what they said to him? And he's a top player. He said, all you want to do is run away and backdash all day. Mike Cottle played a video where they were like, backdash, 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 backdash. Offensive players, they're trying to cut out skill sets. And if you are a defensive player, you're seen as, oh, you're some scrub. You just want to run away. From the moment fighting games went online, the number one comment I heard.
Yeah, look at Foxy Grandpa, yeah.
And to this day, Foxy or even that video Mike showed, the number one comment you heard the very second a fighting game went online is that all you're going to do? Run away? Why don't you fight me? Why don't you fight me? Pussy? You don't get no pussy. You just run away like some bitch. Hey, why don't you fight me? And what did that video Mike Hollow show? Oh, you got backdash. Literally, the offensive-minded player and the casual player, or whoever it is, thinks the same way. I'm saying that video was casual in 2005 as they do in 2025. 20 years and no evolution. Instead, developers say, you know what we need to do? We need to get rid of these defensive skill sets. If you are a defensive-minded player and you want to see defense as powerful as it always was, well, you shouldn't be allowed to play this game because you are actually a scrub. And all you want to do is run away and run away and run away. But most defensive players, they don't have a problem with offense. I've never heard a defensive player say, you should not have offense. They say, my defense shouldn't be toned down. And SageM made a big mistake when SageM said, oh, defense was always too powerful. He's wrong. As someone who was a defensive player there long before SageM was ever into fighting games, I can tell you, offensive players are the vast majority of people. Nobody picks up a fighting game and says, can I run away and throw projectiles? They pick up a fighting game, they go into practice mode, what are my moves, learn my combos, and they want to go online and do their moves and do combos. 90% of people are naturally offensive. So do a thought experiment. Take 100 players and say one of them is a defensive master. That's his skill set. The other 99 are offensive players. They all play each other one set. Well, when the offensive players play each other, this is nothing new, right? Everybody's an offensive player, right? They're used to it. Now they play the one defensive player, and they all say, when they get to him, I don't have any experience against this. This is kind of weird, right? Because the other 99 are offensive. Now, can you imagine if you're the defensive player? But when you play the 99 offensive players, you're not caught off guard, right? It's another day at the office. If you take those 100 players, that thought experiment, the defensive player has a 99-1 experience advantage, right? Now, to the offensive player, this isn't fair. The defense is broken. It's too easy. He doesn't have to do anything. A defensive player has such a massive experience advantage against an offensive player. But the offensive players confuse this for defense is unfair. This is all you want to do. And this is how it's given to game developers and whatever. It's presented the wrong way. Defense has never been unfair. It has never been easier than offense. It's so many games where offense, you get hit one time and the match is over. And those games are presented as defensive games. It's better to do nothing. It's better to do nothing because you get hit once the game is over. It's the defensive over. The offense is mainly overpowered. And defense is still cried about. Defense is still cried about even in those scenarios. MK9 has a character Cyrex, touches you one time, GG's. Don't pass go, don't collect $200. Yet what do they say? Oh, the zoning and the running away. This is what the modern player thinks. They don't understand how hard it is to play defense.
I just, my last thing is, because I'm already on for longer, the last thing I want to underline what he said with the most scrubbiest comment I ever got after I got plugged in launch month Tekken 8. This player plugged me, this comment is still on my profile, he plugged me and said, I'm a turtle motherfucker. He always plugs turtle motherfuckers because this is a fighting game and not a do-nothing game. So that is literally, people are getting that. Yeah, that is what he said. I mean, defense, they get fucked up by this so hard, and probably they feel super bad because, wait a minute, this guy is just sitting there holding back and I lose, and it makes them feel really bad because they are obviously shown how dog shit they are, and then they feel bad about it. But yeah, that comment literally is on my profile, and yeah, this is my last, I wanted to underline this statement because it is obviously true. There is some truth to it. I never experienced the opposite.
That's the thing, too.
For example, people like me, they're like, Tom wants to clone and trap you in the corner or whatever. Well, don't you want to mix me up and be in my face all day and mix me up for eternity?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that you should be able to. I watch GM. I watch all of his streams. I because he's a defensive player. You don't see defense at GM's level anymore. And I was watching him this one stream, this one player, and he came out and was like, "You don't know how to play Tekken." And GM beat this guy with Lee, Paul, like every character in the game.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Was run back up and run away and sidestep at the right time. To him, GM don't know how to play Tekken, right? And he looks at it like this is all you do, as if what GM was doing was scrubby. When the truth is, what GM was doing was 10 times harder to play and win than the offensive stuff.
Yeah, yeah. But it makes them feel worse. It makes the worst player feel so much worse if you beat them like this. I don't know if that is the reason why they Street Fighter the same. They off defense in Street Fighter 6 is dog shit. It is an offensive game, same as Tekken. And I don't know if it makes them feel, if it makes the players feel worse if they get beaten through defense, because it literally looks like, yeah, I'm getting fucking outplayed. Like, yeah, guess what? Yeah, that feels fucking bad, getting outplayed. Yeah. Like, I don't know what it is, why.
It's the same that you see of anything, whether it's an anime or boxing. Also, thank you for the $10, Castle Kingside. He appreciates your passion, Tom. But it's the same with anything. Like, look at Mayweather, and you go from Mayweather, and then look at Dragon Ball with Ultra Instinct. Like, people that can't hit somebody else get extremely frustrated. Yeah, it feels they're like, fight me. But what's going through their mind is that they know that they're being made to look like a bitch. So when people would fight Floyd Mayweather, he would drive them nuts because he would be all over the place and they couldn't catch him. Then when you watch like Jiren fighting Goku, you can see how frustrated he is because Goku's just bopping and weaving, and defense has always pissed people off, but it's the hardest skill to obtain, which is why it's such a shame that they've done what they've done to Tekken, because Tekken 7 was already an aggressive Tekken game. It's not Tekken 7 was very aggressive, but everybody references Kunimitsu and like a grand finals between me.
Alisa, the super backdashes, right? It's not like that people didn't complain about those three characters. They did. They maybe overdone it a little bit with those backdashes in particular, but
Tekken 7 was an offensive game, but people tried to revise history and they reference the peak of the player base. And obviously, when you've got two athletes, even in real life, if you watch the start of a match, they're being ultra defensive because both of them know if I go in for a punch and I fuck up, I'm gonna die. And it's the same with fighting games. That's why I appreciate Tekken 7 at a high level so much, and I loved watching defensive games, because when you go on ranked, people are just running in your face. They're doing Marduk tackles. They're doing X, Y, and Z all over you.
Exactly. They did that in 7 as well. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Like
revisionist.
this. And if I look honestly, guys, because I felt a bit gaslighted, I saw one video where someone was basically saying, yeah, these games were like mega non-interactive, Tekken 7, yeah? And I looked back at tournament games because I did the Cody video where I highlighted, brother, these games were mad interactive. There were buttons pressed all the time. Like, why are they saying that Tekken 7 was non-interactive?
I'll tell you why they're saying it. There are a lot of new players, and that has been the sentiment that has been peddled since Tekken 8 has come out. And whenever somebody says that, I know immediately this person did not play Tekken 7. They were watching Arslan and Nee play in the grand finals. They were not. Anyone that says that is the case is lying. It's a straight up lie.
Yes, even there with Knee playing Knee. What was it? Evo Knee against Khan. I think when Knee was on Feng, brother, he pressed a lot. Like because Feng is a poking character, he poked him. Like he pressed so many because he poked him down. Right? He was controlling him the whole time with back 4 and always only taking risk when he had to. But there were many buttons pressed when people cherry picked these matches of Tekken 7. When only back there, I get really fucking angry because I watched so many tournaments, top 8, end pools, everything. These matches were interactive as shit.
Well, you can look. GM's an expert at the game, so you can corroborate what I'm saying. When Ni was using that style with Feng Wei, where he was jabbing you and then running away, and then jabbing you, that's not easy to do. Like at a high level, to not be hit and just beat somebody with jabs. In your opinion, would you say that's much harder than just going in and pressing buttons on somebody?
It's a lot harder. Plus, a lot of people try to play like D and try to implement that play style, and it doesn't work out for them. You know, because that style, that's just like basic moves. He was using like 3 moves, and he was bopping the dude just using 3 moves, and that was just like straight up fundamentals. Which
I tried it
playing since Tag 1. So
I tried it. I saw Nee doing it. I was like, wow, I want to play that. I got absolutely destroyed because Nee obviously knows where to block, where to sidestep, when to press buttons. I'm not on his level, so. I think when people see that, they're like, "Oh, why isn't he fighting?" But really, what he's doing, he's doing a lot more than what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing too. I was gonna say about I was talking about Tekken 8 and how they made it scrubby and easier. Like this too, there's a good and a bad to that, right? Like the good is that more people, the good is more people's gonna play it, but the bad is that it's gonna be harder for pro players because now the average Johnny Gonas could probably beat you now, just because they made the game so accessible with guard breaks, armor moves. Rage arts, heat, so it's a double-edged sword. And also, like I was saying about T7 too, where people were just saying this game was a super big defensive game and stuff like that, and nobody was really going aggressive and stuff like that. Nah, that game, you had to, if you were forced to eat a lot of 50-50s in that game, man, like a lot. There was
obviously most of the times on hit, but you had to work for the hit. But then you had to guess, but
you had to guess a lot.
It is. Like if people, okay, last thing I want to say because if people wanna honestly, fuck it, bro, I make advertisement. Go on fucking Fighting GM's YouTube channel and watch the first to 10 against Arslan Ash, and then come back to my face and tell me that shit is not interactive, and I will spit in your face if you tell me that is not interactive, because it is. I mean, there is nothing to say about it. Go to his channel, watch that shit. It's first to 10 against Arslan, and I think he's first on Kunimitsu, then he switches to Geese. Yeah, that is prime shit. That is prime Arslan Ash. And convince you, I mean, and again, Ni is so beautiful to watch, or it was so beautiful to watch because Ni was always known for that he takes characters and he doesn't play the character, but he plays Ni with that character. Like he goes to Paul, to Steve, to Feng, and he tries to play, like he plays Ni's playstyle with the character, which is always so impressive that he can do this. Not many people are able to do this.
Yeah. Right, Finn, well, I'm going to get the next person in here.
I want to point out, while you're getting that next person in, I want to point out one more thing. Mike Hollow did a video. I highly recommend you guys watching it, talking about what happened with the Kuma situation and saying this is just an example of the problem. And he brings up so many comments of people saying like, well, he should have hit a button here. He could have done this. He could have done that. And if he's going to block all day and can't get opened up, he should be punished for blocking. Like, this is how the offensive player thinks. I activate my powerful mode, and I'm doing out safe launchers and mix, and you're block, and I can't open you up. Well, you know what? I should take 75% of your life for you blocking. This is how the offensive player thinks, because they're like, well, if you're going to block everything, no fair. You should have to force to be opened up by pressing buttons, or if you block everything and guess right, I got to take 75% of your health to make it fair.
Yeah, I do. Before we introduce Will to the stream, I do want to point out that what Kuma did to Joker's Feng Wei was one of, like, as a Tekken player, I don't know about UGM, but I got secondhand embarrassment watching that shit. That was awful. Like, that was actually embarrassing as a Tekken player.
Yeah, Kuma's a strange character because, like, the way I feel about him is a little bit different than other people. Like, I think, like, when he's in heat, that's when he becomes OD. But without heat, he's not that great. But that character is just a walk-in knowledge check. So if you don't fight Kuma players all the time, he's going to cook you like that. And it seems like you can't do anything.
Yeah.
But
Sometimes the
like,
best thing to do is, if you're not sure, block it, right? If you're not sure.
yeah, but you can't do that because you get tripped up, and he got
can't
banned.
block.
So,
And that's
it's
the
rough,
point.
man.
Guys, I don't mean to raise my voice, man, but I get passionate about this because these are the same subjects that go on for years and years and years, but it's just falling on deaf ears, and it's just now finally starting to be understood. So I just get passionate about it.
One last thing too about the Kuma thing, I feel like I don't think any gimmick character should be top tier. I think if you're a gimmick character that relies on tricks and stuff like that, you should not be top tier, because that's like the balances that they ask, but they gimmicky. They could get you if you don't know what you're doing. But if they gimmicky and they could still bop you even if you know what they're doing, like what the hell? What kind of balance is that?
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna. Will, can you hear us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, go for it, bro. Also, sorry, just before you go, Will, someone asked where's Frame Whisperer. I invited him to come on tomorrow's stream, so hopefully he'll be there tomorrow. Go on, Will.
Yeah, I have been listening to the conversation about the status of the FGC as far as like the tournaments and things of that nature. I did hear about, as far as like building a name, doing through content creation versus trying to like go to, like offline, knowing that it's so expensive. So my question to all of y'all is that as far as like the content creation is concerned, this is towards everybody. I just want to know, is it better to, because I'm kind of like battling this, because I'm one of those types of people that I do not sell my soul to the internet. I'm really one of those types of people. And what I mean by selling your soul, I'm saying that I am not one of those people, because I've been around it for a while now. So is it better to sit up here and just say like, screw it, use meta, get your name out there like that, or do it the organic way and just show them that you really care about the game?
I think honestly, bro, just be yourself, man. Don't do something you're not, because if you start being somebody you're not, you're gonna have to do it all the time because people see you for who you are, right? So just be yourself, man. Play whoever you want, play whatever character you want to play, act the way you want to act, and if people mess with you, they mess with you, man. That's the best way to get known, is being genuine, because if you sell your soul, people see that after a while.
Yeah. I'll tell you a little bit about myself and why I am the way I am, Will. Now is when I was younger, I used to lie a lot. I would lie constantly because I was never really comfortable with who I was, and I always wanted to be like other people, like in my primary school or whatever. So I'd always make up fibs about myself to make me look cooler. And then I remember like I got to about, I think it was like maybe 20, I can't remember, somewhere in my mid-20s, and I listened to this podcast by Jordan Peterson, and he said that telling the truth is way more fun because you're going to go on a much more wild adventure rather than lying, because if you lie, then eventually you'll get found out and everyone will turn on you. And secondly, you can't keep it up. It's not who you are. You're looking in the mirror, that's not who you are. And like when I say I was lying a lot when I was a kid, I'd be like, when someone comes into school and they're like, oh, did you watch Godzilla? And you're like, yeah, I saw that. You haven't seen it. You didn't have money to go watch it. Or have you got that new game? Yeah, I've got that game. Or like, have you done this? Have you done that? How many girls have you been with? Blah, blah. And guys inflate their numbers. Dumb shit like that. And then I watched that Jordan Peterson thing, and he was like, just tell the truth and be authentic. And it is way more fun just telling the truth, because sometimes people hate you for it. And you just laugh at it. And then you'll attract people that are like you, like-minded. So I think everybody goes through that. Most of the guys that I grew up with, I know that they were chatting shit about loads of things as well. I don't know if girls are like that, but yeah, if you're on YouTube, just tell the truth and be yourself, and it's more fun that way.
Okay. Yeah, those were really, really good answers that I needed. I just need that reassurance because you know, because I've done like the streaming thing for about like a few years. I've done it, and like I said before in the previous meetings that you had, I did come from playing MKX, so it was like me growing a certain audience, but I knew that the audience didn't really match me. So it was kind of like they wanted to see, the toxic side of me. They wanted me to sit here and say the delusional things. They wanted me to sit up here and say the things that would keep people wanting me to stay there longer, and they wanted to stay there longer. That's what they wanted me to do. And it was just like, well, I'm not really for that, and I don't believe in that. But since I didn't believe in that, and then practice it, then it was just like, well, you're losing the viewers, you're losing everybody. It's in quick, rapid succession. No one wants to be around this because I already get that at home. I get it from my workplace. I don't want to be boring. I just want to sit here and be toxic just for the fun of it, knowing that it's just like, well, it's gonna be like that when you even get old. So it's just kind of like you might as well just deal with it now. Not saying to the person literally, but I'm just saying like it's gonna be like that when you get old. So it's just kind of like, why?
Well, the thing is that with games, it's the same thing. Like people lie all the time about their favorite anime or their favorite game. Like Fighting James wearing the JoJo's hat. Well, if when I was younger, you couldn't get me to say there was a bad JoJo's episode, but I knew some episodes were like, oh, that was whack. But then I would just say it because I used to have like like an old anime channel that's gone now, and I would like talk about my favorite things. And much like what we deal with the Mortal Kombat scene now, I was basically just shilling One Piece and JoJo's. Like you couldn't get me to say something bad about them, but it's not. It's just not. I knew I was lying to the people that were watching it, and I knew I was lying to myself. And even though they're minor things, like when I say I would lie a lot, I'm talking about like anime and gaming and stupid things that boys lie about. I'm not like talking about serious things. But in within this world where we're talking about games, I could just lie about Tekken, and I could probably get into circles that might be better for me monetarily, but life's more fun when you tell the truth. So people will call me and Tom negative and toxic and that. And the reason that I double down is because I'm not lying when I'm saying the things that I'm saying. I genuinely believe them. The other day they released the T1000 and Madame Bo trailer, and I was like, yeah, he actually looks kind of cool. Like I saw Cabal's animations. I was like, they really reusing animations on a guest character, but I was like, he looks cool. The fatality looked cool. I wasn't expecting Madame Bo. I said cool, but what people started saying to me was like, "Oh, don't try to jump on it now, Mike. It's too late." I was just like, "Just shut up!" Like I'm not going to talk to children if you're going to behave like that.
Right, yeah, right. And it's fun. It's funny how y'all mentioning Mortal Kombat. I did see what Rewind said about character loyalty, and it has changed. It has changed to the point where if I am playing offline or online, I do. If for me to compete in general, I know I have to use, somewhat of the best character. I can still use my character and still try to pull it off, but I definitely know for sure that like if I want to, somewhat make my wins easier, I have to use the best. So like that character loyalty is not really there anymore, and it's pretty sad because I always thought about the character loyalty side of things because you can tell who uses who the most. That's just completely gone.
It's gone because of money. It's gone because of money.
Yeah.
Because character loyalty was around when, look, we know we ain't making no money and nobody playing for money. We're playing to be the best. So you'll be your character loyalist because you may not win, but you'll be a top player. Now it's like, hey, dog, if I get 8th place, the commentator's making more than me. And that's the 5th commentator making more than me. So I got to win. So what do people do to win? Play the best, play the meta, all that stuff. I mean, because people stopped playing because they love the game and to be the best, and they started playing to get paid. And when you start playing to get paid instead of I'm going to prove that I'm one of the top players in the world, now it's, hey, I do that, I'm still at a loss. I got to play to win. And to play to win, you've got to play the very best. Pick another character. Pick a better character. That's kind of what people say. So when you're playing for money, then you got to play the best. When you're playing for respect or to be a top player, you can play your way, your character, your style, and still say, hey, I'm one of the top 10 players in the world. But when you have to play to say, I have to be the number 1 or number 2 player in the world, the number 3 player, you got to start playing what those players do, which is the best stuff in the game. And if you're playing for passion, you can play your character. If you're playing to win, you can still try to play your character. But if you're playing to win money, you got to go with the meta, period.
Yeah, basically what he said, man. It depends, man. If you just playing for fun or just to make content, play whoever you like. If you trying to win, you gotta play the best characters. You know, so it depends, man. It depends how good your character is, because your main character could be like mid tier. You can still win with a mid tier. You just gotta work way harder than everybody else. So it depends,
your
man.
skill set might work better with the mid tier character than the top tier character.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
If you use like the worst character in the game, then you kind of assed out. And but you know, if you play somebody that's like mid tier or a little bit upper, you have good chances. So I would just say play whoever you want, man. That's what I would say, man. And because sometimes, a lot of times, like a character might be top tier, but you might not click with that character. You'll be bad with them. And you play a mid tier character, you just way better with the mid tier character. So that works out a lot too.
Stay true to yourself, man. Stay true what works for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that makes sense. I do have one more question. Tom. I don't know. Like, I've seen something on Twitter. I did see something about Diddle making a comment about you sitting up here. I guess to him, he thought that you was like complaining and ranting. And I wanted to know, like, as far as your thoughts on what he was saying, because obviously it's better to hear it versus seeing it on, like, as far as like a message, because I'm one of those people that I like to hear it from the person versus like just looking at it from a message perspective. So
what had happened was I said that the tournament was ran well, and it was good to see how passionate people are about the event. I had this conversation about Molly B when she was pointing the numbers, and I said, hold on, are we going to the numbers game? And she was like, no, it was just really good to see people loving MK. And I was like, I agree. It was a great event. You could see the passion of that region. Then I talked about the leak, because, you know, and Mike knows this, we'll see a new cameo, and people will say, what about that, Mike and Tom? So much for that leak. And so I just said, well, you know, the leaker did say that after T1000, we might get 1 or 2 cameos that were being worked on. It's highly plausible that Madame Bo has been worked on since early on in the game, so they're just releasing their content. I was just commenting on the leak being correct. And basically, it was not negative about the game. I was just saying it looks like the leak is correct. Not trying to be negative about it. And Diddle's like, always got to be negative. And the leak being correct, to me, is not based on MK being good or bad. It's based on money, profit margins, a whole different conversation. Nothing to do with MK being good or bad. And nowhere did I say anything was good or bad about it. The truth is, the Mortal Kombat community right now, and Diddle being one of them, they will shit on every fucking Mortal Kombat game, not MK1. Not even the 3D or the arcade era. MK9 is trash. Everyone that played it is trash and a scrub and no good and blockbuster video days, etc. Same with MKX. Yet they will say, why are you being negative about this game? The MK community now are the most negative people on the earth. They literally coined a term called necro, which to them means somebody that plays and enjoys an older Mortal Kombat game rather than playing the new one. It's done in a negative way. Can't cut it. Living in the past. Can't play the current game. Everything they do is negative. And then if, God forbid, you say anything but glaze their current game, well, why is all the negativity? They live and breathe negativity themselves. Biggest hypocrites ever.
Okay. I don't know if I have time to fit one more question in, because like I said, I've been around here for a minute. Meaning, like, I had my fair share of tournaments, I had my fair share of playing in people's events, I had my fair share of doing it. Obviously, I'm more of an underground, type of player. So I'm not really, like, known like that. But just for you speaking passionately about it, Tom, I was wondering. So, do you think, especially during that, time frame of, Diddle just, saying whatever? Do you think that he's just like there's no like hope of trying to convince him? Like, yeah, he
Diddle?
made his mind. Yeah, like he,
I do consider Diddle a friend, but he sees one side of the coin. He came on here and said, "Tom, we know you're a hater. You're all negative." I had to make Mike Hollow pull up like 5 or 10 pages of nothing but positive MK11 videos, and then he says, "Well, you deleted some of the negative ones, And I'm like, "Listen, if you want to say my MK11 content was, 45 or 40% positive and 65% negative, sure." But they ignore the positive stuff and only talk about the negative, like as if we never say anything good about the game. So even though I just made a positive comment, they don't count that, and they only count a comment that I made as being negative.
Okay, yeah, that's unfortunate because when I saw it, one thing that came to my mind was like there has to be something much deeper than this for this to constantly keep happening, and this is why I sit here and said that about selling your soul to the internet, because it seems like you can sit
Look up
here.
my chats with Molly B also, and you'll see I had a positive thing. Look up my replies, and you'll see there's a positive reply to Molly that it was good. The tournament ran well. It was good to see the passion of that region. But also keep in mind, Diddle has on many occasions said things like, if we just want to use single Diddle out here, it's not a Diddle thing. That's it everywhere. I'll say I don't like the game and give legit reasons. And this, Mike. This kid said, Tom is just mad because he's not winning. If Sub-Zero was number one, he'd say the game was great, or he's grifting for views, or it's always some shot at me and why I feel the way I do. And then say, oh, I
Tom,
was trolling,
I think
etc.
we're getting an echo. I don't know who that's coming from. I think it's coming from Will.
Yeah.
Is it coming from me? If it's coming from me, I do apologize. I don't.
Yeah, but either way, man, it's just I'm not negative about the game. I want things to change, and I
Yeah.
know that if we keep pretending that nothing is wrong, I know we had a great tournament, but if we take our eyes off of, like, I would literally say for the first time we've got NRS on the ropes, it's like, no, this is not okay. This is not okay. And if we go back to saying, actually, kumbaya, everything's okay, we're going to get another shit product. And it's not being negative.
The thing is,
like,
Tom,
you've got to dig your heels in.
the thing is, Tom, and I don't mean this arrogantly, but there's 610 people watching right now. I know that there's somebody that probably thinks that me and you are overly negative, but every single time since that game has come out in 2023, I've told somebody to come on here and tell me exactly what I am saying that is wrong. And all they'll say is, you're being hateful. Okay, explain to me what I've said that is incorrect. And every single time, it is the same outcome. So, okay, I see where you're coming from. Or, no, I don't want to talk on stream. Or some sort of like straw man that has nothing to do with the argument. So at this point, whether it's Dittle or whoever, I'm not trying to hear it. I mean, Dittle was welcome to come on here. And last time he came on here, I asked him, you might think that you might not like what we're saying, but am I wrong? And he said, no, not necessarily. So I ain't trying to hear all this, every time we see you, Tom, every time we hear you, Mike, you're hating. Like, I've invited you on here, all of you, 100 times to say your piece. Even when I've been critical of Tekken 8 and I get the people going, oh, you're a Tekken hater, Mike. I'll invite them to come on and be like, explain to me what I said that was wrong. And every single time it's the same response. So I ain't trying to hear it, man. It's just people on Twitter talking shit. Same shit as always. Will, did you have any other questions?
Yeah. Can y'all still hear the echo? I just want to make sure.
We won't know until. Oh yeah, I can hear it.
Okay. Well, I just want to say this last thing, and then I'll be finished. The reason why I was asking those questions because I do see the shift of how everything is being like everything is happening as far as people's communication, people's way of articulating, and not really listening to everything that needs to be said in a way where we can all understand it. And like Tom just said, as far as, oh, well, you know, Tom is a hater, things of that nature, which is just kind of like, you have to have a conversation with them to understand. All right. He can sit there and speak very loudly, right? That doesn't mean that he's mad at you. He's just trying to sit here and speak. So it's just like, whenever I hear things like, well, he's a hater, it's just kind of like, dude, he's just speaking facts, because we are really going through tough times right now, especially.
Dude, look at this comment. Look at this comment. This is from Naylor Makoto. Mike, you have to realize people are not forced to help you understand a vision on the platform you are trying to make a bucks from. You're not obligated to. Sorry, Will, could you mute your mic for a second? It's just echoing. You're not obligated to, Naylor. Will, could you mute your mic, please? Thank you. You're not obligated to, but you don't have a salient point to make against me. So you don't have to, but you are sitting in the chat talking right now. And there's a lot of people that yap a lot. And it's fine. Like I tell the mods all the time, anyone is welcome here to talk. But you won't come on here because I'll cook you. And you know that. No disrespect. But you don't have a salient point to make against me. And I can bet you everything in your bank account that if you were to come on here and try to make a point against me on Mortal Kombat or Tekken, I'll cook you for it. Okay? So you're not obligated to help me build my platform, correct? But if you're going to show up to a stream and talk, you should have something to back it up with, and you don't. So
also, if I was saying the MK1's the greatest game ever, and like this, very animated, they would say, oh man, you gotta love Tom, he's passionate. But because I want change and I'm trying to help force it, they say, oh, he's just an angry old man. See how they put a negative connotation on everything, when what you're doing is trying to affect change for the greater good, for the game to grow.
I want to ask GM, like, do you get people coming to your streams? Like, obviously, people will disagree with things that you're saying, but like, do you get heavy pushback from people? And then, like, when you try to talk to them, it's just like, oh, you're hating or you're talking shit or whatever it is.
Yeah, nowadays, like, there be people that ask me for coaching, and I ask them, because a lot of people are pretty soft with things nowadays. I ask them, do you want me to be nice to you or you want me to be rude to you? And they say be real with me, and then I give them advice, and they take it as me shitting on them or talking shit to them, and they get upset by it.
Yeah.
You know, so that happens a lot. Or like, because I made some fraud videos, right, of like God of Destructions that play like First Dance, and a lot of people were mad about that, and I had to explain, like, my philosophy is this: if this guy's max rank like me, that means he's a sweat just like me. So we are like on the even. We both max rank, because not a lot of players are max rank. So I will call these guys out and be like, yo, why is this guy max rank, but he plays like he bought the game yesterday from Walmart? It makes no sense, right? So I call that out, and people call me toxic over that. Oh, why are you doing that? You're bullying. It's like, how am I bullying somebody that's the same rank as me? That makes no sense, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and things of that nature. Yeah, people get at me because of stuff like that. Word.
Yeah, I mean, even this comment here, like he said, where is it? Making a point against you won't have to be on your personal stream. That's not neutral ground. Makoto, nobody here is gonna have my back. This is the perfect place to show everybody that I'm talking shit, right? There's enough people watching here. There's enough people in the stream. This is the best place to pull me up on a point and show everyone that I'm talking nonsense. Whether it's about Mortal Kombat or anything else, this is the best place to do it. We're better than to go onto somebody's platform who will tell the other guests to not get involved and say what you have to say and see if there's any pushback. This is a nonsense talking point. I've gone onto other platforms that are much bigger than mine to push back against what people are saying. So I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, Will, we have to get the next person on here, bro. Sorry to keep you there while I was ranting.
No, it's all good. I had all my questions that I wanted to ask, and y'all answered every last one of them. So I do thank y'all for having me.
No worries, bro. Well, thanks for being on.
Yep. Peace out.
Before I bring the next person on, this is the best place to come on here and say something to me. And I've got, like I said, I went on Hypnotic Stream. The guy's almost got 100,000 subscribers. So it's not really neutral ground, is it? But at the end of the day, it's just me and him talking. Nobody else was getting involved. So if people have pushback for me or Tom, if you have pushback for Tom or GM or me, I'm not going to say anything. I let people come in here and argue their piece. Finn had an argument with some guy on stream the other day, and I didn't say a word. They had their argument, and then the guy went about his business, and we went back to playing Tekken. So if you have some sort of point to make against me, instead of just being on Twitter all the time and saying things behind the keyboard where you can probably look up your answer on Wikipedia or copy and paste it from somebody else, now is the perfect time to do it. We're live in front of everyone. So when you muster up the courage, or anybody else, you're more than welcome to. Until then, I will invite DFF on here. DFF, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Go for it.
What's good, DFF?
So I did want to just make a comparison because a lot of what I hear in FGC is I don't know what I'm talking about when I talk about Evo and how things don't make sense. So I actually want to use an actual example to kind of give people, you know, my viewpoint, if that's okay, real quick.
Yeah.
So before COVID, I helped book a musical act named Lil Wayne for a local casino. This casino was in a region that did not have a lot of people, etc. And the cost to book him was $1.2 million. Now, the thing is, when, let's say, a casino books an act, right? They already have people paying rent to be vendors inside, like stores, restaurants, etc. And for different events of that caliber, they have to put out ads in a local paper, local television, newspapers, radio, etc. But not only did they make money from it, but they made a lot of money. And it wasn't including any streaming rights. It wasn't including any big brands like Chipotle that pays them money, etc. And so the comparison with Evo, for my standpoint, comes with the fact that they have so many additional revenue streams for the events. With a lot of casinos, especially with a lot of places in Vegas, if you're booking things, for example, you do get free rooms, free all these other things, and it breaks my heart seeing a lot of people, when I spoke out about this, basically asking how does this make sense, where you have volunteers or people that quote unquote aren't volunteers but maybe making $50 for 3 days worth of 12 16-hour shifts with doing brackets. So I want to put out there that the reason I think Evo is the best example to kind of teach players what's wrong with the FGC is because they're, number one, obviously the biggest year-round tournament for the FGC. Number two, they have so many things going for them which regionals do not. That includes partnerships and whatnot, but also one of the arguments I hear is, oh, like Sony this, Sony that, when it comes to purchasing Evo. But without Sony, they could have still gotten a Chipotle partnership, which, again, they made at least $2 million, if not more, for the exclusive brand right, because they were the only brand. But, you know, again, you also have the vendors that pay a premium to be there because you're guaranteed certain amount of people just being there specifically that like FGC or anime, etc. So there's a premium attached to that, which you can see even with Comic-Con, for example, in every city. There's always a premium attached for vendors buying these things. And so I think for players, they need to start stepping up and asking the hard questions of why are the prize pools so low if there is so much revenue coming in. It does not make sense on paper, and I want to at least let everyone know, player wise, that at a certain point it's not you, and in this moment the low prize pools aren't because of you. It's something else. So I don't want anyone to blame themselves in this circumstance. It's really not on them. It's just the way the structure is, hopefully is right now. But hopefully it'll change in the future. Sorry for that rant, guys. What do you guys think about that? Coming from the people that are actually have been in FGC, where someone like me coming in from just the general entertainment space. You okay, Mike? Oh,
sorry, I got a phone call. I was still listening. Tom, do you want to answer that? Tom, can you hear me? GM, do you want to answer that? I'm just dealing with something real quick. Wait, what has happened? Why can't I hear anyone?
Okay, what about now? You can hear me now?
Oh, okay, yeah, I can hear.
Yeah. Evo is his own entity, so everything they do is going to be separate than everything else that happens in the FGC, you know? So
yeah, it's just a shame to see that when TOs are being questioned, and especially because I'm under Pulse Esports, so I talk a lot with players that are trying to get signed, trying to get basic funding, and a lot of the time the question is, hey, we know we're good, but why are we not getting funded? We know that we can place top 16. Why are we not getting funded? And again, a lot of it comes back to low prize pools and just the structure of the FGC when it comes to in-person tournaments just being so ass backwards, to put it lightly.
yeah, that's just, you know. Oh, Tom is back? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Diff, I wouldn't say it's not the player's fault this is happening, but the FGC has had a way of capitalizing on the ignorance of players. You know, they don't know how business works, don't know how the world works. Payouts are low. You're a pro FGC player. Even at the peak, you're not really making, Omega money, outside of maybe a couple of outliers. And I mean, literally a couple, 2 to 3 players, maybe. And even that, you're still not. I mean, how much money are they really making? I mean, if they're not smart with their money right now, they're certainly not making enough to survive from like 50 until, retirement or whatever. But it's capitalizing on that. And I think the FGC has taught people have to not ask those questions. Be happy with what you get. Don't complain. Don't say this. Don't say that. Don't question. And people that do question, these things get shut down. Look, I questioned it, and Mike brought 2 people on, and they called me an idiot. That I'm making it up. Who says this? Who does this? So the FGC kind of defends its own. So that's why it happens, because they're allowed to get away with it. Even you just doing simple math, and you're like, man, there are millions of dollars in this. Why are payouts so low? And where is that money going? And who's making what? Nobody knows.
You okay, Mike?
I don't know what happened to Mike.
I think he's dying.
Yo, we just lost Mike Hollow. What?
Are we back?
Now he's
All right.
I hope the UK healthcare is okay for.
yeah. But no, I agree.
I'm sorry, guys. The chat was killing me. But yeah, go on.
But Mike, he was like, why does it? And I was saying, like, the reason why this stuff happens is even if you speak up about it, like, but the first time I tried to speak about these things, you had two people come on who said Tom is a crazy person. This isn't real. So I mean, at the end of the day, it's tough to talk about it because if you do, you're dismissed as some idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about. Even though you laid everything out as like something doesn't make sense. And GM even when in a lot of his videos, when and he'll even tell you, he's like, and if you go to tournaments, people are making money off you, and even if you think you winning money, you ain't making nothing. They are.
Yeah, that's basically how it is. Plus, like y'all mentioned Evo. Evo is the most expensive tournament of the year. So a lot of players, when they go to Evo, they literally save the whole year just to go to that one tournament. So, it's a lot of money being spent.
So last question. Since I was the first to break mic on stream, do I win anything? Like,
Yeah, man, I'll PayPal you
for-
something. I'll PayPal you something, man. Sorry, I got tears in my eyes. Oh, man. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, DFF?
Sorry, I got to mute. I'm laughing.
Oh, man.
The chat fucked me up.
Yeah, I was reading the chat. I was trying not to laugh, man. That chat had me dying inside. I was like, man, I gotta hold back.
Oh, man. I'm sorry, bro. Oh, alright. I'm ready to move on. DFF, did you have anything else you want to add?
Shout out to chat.
Yo, that's crazy, man. Yeah, that's mad crazy.
Oh, hello.
Go on, Martin. It's your turn.
Okay, so I have a quick question for Tom. It's a question that I haven't seen nobody ask. Maybe just one person on chat, James. So my question is, because there's more money being spent than earning, like competing is not cheap. So my question is, how much is the entry, for the tournaments? Because I have competed in jiu-jitsu, for example, and it ranges from $40, like at your local tournament, and like 130, even 140 at the bigger tournaments. So I was wondering for the chat, how much is for the entries, like for tournament, Mortal Kombat, Tekken, you name it.
For something like Evo, like I think if you pay for everything together, I think somebody posted on Twitter like they were paying like $300 just to register.
Yeah, yeah, that's a lot. So yeah, like
Even at a smaller tournament, you're paying at least 100 to 150. Even that tournament, not Evo.
Yes, competing is not cheap. So yeah, I could see now everything Tom's been saying about the selling you a dream. So yeah, I just wanted to ask that question for somebody that posted on the chat, because you're not competing in jiu-jitsu tournament, and it ranged from like $40 at your local for amateurs, like the amateurs, and for the pros, I'm not sure, but the most I have spent is like 135. Like the bigger tournaments. Then so it's very expensive. So yeah, that's just my question for anybody that wants to ever try going to like a Mortal Kombat tournament.
Yeah, like when it comes to tournaments, the most you pay, what you paying for mostly is the fees and the venue. Like to enter is usually like 10, but the way they try to get you is they want you to register early for the event so you can save money. Because the longer
Yeah.
you wait, that's closer to the event, you have to pay more and more. They keep raising the price.
Yeah, like in the tournaments, like the one I registered, the average is 130. But if you want to register like last minute, 140. Well, that's just for the amateur. Now imagine the pro.
Yeah.
Then and then you gotta pay for the travels.
Mm-hmm.
And
So it
food.
adds up. It adds up a
Yeah,
lot.
so I
So
could see everything Tom been saying, and people call him a hater, but he should be saying facts.
yeah, man.
All right,
So
that's all. Yeah, I just wanted to ask because somebody in the chat posted, and that's a question that got my attention. All right, thanks, Mike.
No worries, bro. Thanks for jumping on.
What? All right.
All right, I think that's all the callers. Sorry about that, guys. Like the chat was just the chat killed me. Like I couldn't.
Yeah.
I hate all of you. I hate all of you, man. It was just an endless stream of jokes, and they finally broke me. Did you guys have anything else you wanted to cover today?
Oh, I just want to say that. Look, I just want to thank GM for coming on. To be a legendary figure in a game like Tekken, who's had legends going back to Tag 1, like Jangitsu, etc. For GM to be a name in that just tells you how good he really is, because there are few and far between of players that actually get to that status. And this is someone who worked very hard to a point where if he was like a professional athlete or something like that, put in that same work, he'd be a multi-millionaire. Instead, he's sitting there saying, it ain't worth it, man. If you're going to do it, stream, YouTube, compete online. Don't waste your money because it's going to someone else's pocket and it ain't coming to yours. And, I know there are people that are going to say, when I pull up the NRS Pro Series, oh, there is a site for you to find it. Of course, there is absolutely a site for you to find. It's not the hardest thing to do. But if you notice, when you go on the main site for Mortal Kombat, run by commentators, etc., or other people that are involved in the Pro Series, nowhere on there is it broken down to what your payout is. Nowhere on there is a link to a site that breaks down what the payouts are. In the trailer for the tournament, didn't show you a link to what the payouts were. And if you search online, it's still not as easily accessible as it is to show 255 on the line. It is 100% intentionally done that way and marketed that way. Don't be a fool. Question everything. Do your own research, and just
Tom,
know the truth.
We've actually got a commentator that's just jumped on the call. He wants to speak, if that's okay with you two.
All right.
Yeah. And just for that, I've got a $5 donation here. Thank you, bro. Sup, Mike and Brady. Yo, fighting GM. This is K. Taden. Crazy times compared to back then. Glad you found your foot in streaming content. Peace.
Yeah, what's up, man? Long time, man. Thank you, man. I hope you're doing good, brother.
Is that somebody you used to play Tekken with?
Yeah, somebody I met a long time ago. Yeah, through competing and stuff. So it's cool. It's cool to see a familiar name.
Oh, okay, awesome. All right, well, we'll bring in C4. C4, can you hear us?
1 2 1 2. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
First of all, am I going to get a refund on my super chat?
Did you put a super chat in? I'm sorry, I was laughing for like a good. Oh, I missed quite a few. My bad. What was so funny? Oh, dude. Do you know, if I start talking about it, I'm gonna break down. You're gonna have to watch it back.
Before I was going to ask the question, I wanted to GM and Tom Brady and yourself. With I haven't seen it, so I could be misinformed. But the DFF kind of breakdown of the Evo stuff, did it have the outgoings, like how much the venue cost, how much you had to pay for chairs, how much you had paid for equipment, or was it only money brought in from Evo?
We don't actually know all the money that's brought in. We don't actually even know all the revenue sources. And we also don't even know what they spent. It's all a question mark. So like I said, I wish there was something more concrete instead of in generalities. You know what I mean? But it should be listed somewhere, and it shouldn't be this hard to find out what it is.
So what did the DFF tweet show about Evo? What was
DFF was just breaking down like they have many revenue streams, all of which probably play at or similar to what Chipotle plays for exclusivity. Also, you have vendors that get to go there, like when you go to Comic-Con, they do pay a premium to be there. That Evo has many revenue streams that are unreported that we don't know what they are. So we don't actually know, which I've always said, we don't know. Look, you're an FGC guy. Like this is what I love. You came on here, you said, man, I commentate because I love the scene, right? Whether you pay me or don't pay me, I love the scene, so I want to do it because I want to help the scene grow. A lot of people are like that, in the FGC. But the FGC capitalizes on that. And we don't know we don't know who the people are at the very top of Evo, who collects the most money, what they collect, what the payouts for everything are as far as Evo staff. And it's tough to know because, like, to figure out what their percentage is, you have to see what their profit margin is. What are all their revenue streams? What is all that equal? And what is their cost to hold the event? And then what does the staff get paid out? What percentage of the profit margin? And then what do the players make? What percent of the profit margin? Because all that is unknown, it's very hard to really hold their feet to the fire for a player to say, why are you making this a massive percentage of the profit margin and I'm making nothing? When, I'm paying my way. I'm free entertainment for you guys. I'm free talent, right? We are the show. You charge for us. Your vendors and everything, they don't get there without us to be there. But look at the small percentage we're getting paid out of. There's not enough transparency, I guess is what I mean to say. And Dipper's trying to ballpark what they could be making. But we don't really know for sure, to be honest with you.
So that is just speculation, the DFF tweet. Like I said, I've not seen it. Okay.
Unfortunately.
I can disregard it. Cool. That's fine. I was going to ask Mike, in terms of events and tournaments, you brought up a point about the transparency of Evo, and I was thinking about most tournaments don't. I don't think it's just the FGC. So I was going to ask Mike, did the Pokemon tournament, do you know if you can just pull up the Pokemon tournament and find out how much money they got? Because I think it's like
I don't know.
I think it's in terms of tournaments where it's kind of classed as gambling, that they don't show their earnings from the event. But I could be wrong. Again.
I can pull it up and see what they're paying out. At the 2025 Europe International Championships, this includes a prize pool of over $500,000, Pokemon trading card game booster packs, and direct invitations to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships. The winner of the TCG Master Division received $25,000 and a champion playmat. The winner of the Junior and Senior Division received $7,000 and a champion playmat. Other prizes included playmats for top 8 finishers. Don't know if it says what the top 8 breakdown is, or if it's just first and second place they get paid.
Could you find out how much the organizers of the event made? Because that's what we're talking about, Evo, right? We don't know how
probably not. And honestly,
we couldn't find it. We couldn't find it for Evo either.
Yeah, I'll be the first to tell you. GM has been to tournaments that I've held with Gen Master, and I think we charged $20 at the door, $20 for venue fee, for entry fee, which just seemed reasonable for that time. GM took a $60 bus to get there. It's like, hey, the players are there. But the truth is, I think we each, myself and Gen Master, each pocketed like $1,000 from that event, even after our costs were covered and the players were paid out. And a lot of times I would use that money to pay for, and people will tell you, I have paid for players' flights. So my profit, I can't speak for everyone. I think Gen Master did as well. We would try to fly people in or bring people in that needed help. But there are many tournaments that don't do that. So, and this is back in the old days.
I think it's all tournaments. That's my point. I think it's all tournaments. I don't even think it's just FGC. So unless someone knows a tournament where the tournament organizers show their revenue, their profits, their margins, just saying Evo does it doesn't mean anything.
No, I'm saying they all do it. I'm just using Evo as an example.
Okay. Cool.
They all do it.
That's fine.
They all, and it might be all competitive things. I don't know because I'm just in the FGC. But anything competitive gaming needs to be questioned. There needs to be You want it to be treated like you want it to be a sport? Well, it has to be treated like a sport from the top to the bottom.
I do just want to point out.
Skill based. Why are they considered gambling if we know they're skill based?
I do just want to point out though that I did find the actual payouts for everyone from top 64. So if you finish from 33 to 64, you get $2,000.
Pokemon pay some crazy numbers because they get so many entries.
Even if you finish 17th to 32, you get $3,000. 9 to 16, 5,000. 5 to 8, 7,000. 3 to 4, 10. Second place 50, first place 25, and the juniors get paid all the way up until 17 to 32. So they get $750 as a junior for just finishing 32nd place. Even Pokemon Go has comparable playouts. Pokemon Go to what we're seeing in the I think this is a little bit higher. Top place is $5,000. Second is 3. Third is second. Third is 2,000, fourth is 1,500, and you get paid $400 all the way up until finishing 25th place. Even Pokemon Unite, team award 20k, individual award 4k.
That game is dead as well, by the way. That's the dead game, and they're still getting crazy numbers. Yeah, Pokemon. Shout out to Wolfie.
Yeah, Pokemon's killing it.
So my question is something that was talked about near the start of the stream about the kind of discrepancy that people had about commentators getting paid more than players. I
not
don't really understand.
But it depends on the event. Like not for I don't think like a combo breaker. I don't think they pay their people to come out. But like for an Evo or a Pro Series event, they would. But you know this, you are as a commentator, you're not staff. You're a 1099, and you're paid as a 1099.
Am I? Have you seen my checks? What do you mean?
No, what I mean is, a lot of commentators are 1099s.
Do you mean like? I don't know if that's like. I could be ignorant. Is that NA like American slang for something, or are you saying I'm worth
it means you're an
10.99?
independent contractor being contracted to commentate.
Right. And how?
Purposes, right? Like you don't work for Evo. You are an independent contractor contracted by them to commentate, to render your services.
What's the difference with that to self-employed, or is that just your version of being self-employed? That's what.
No, what I mean is, here's why I brought that up, because people were saying, like when I brought up the NRS Pro Series, I said, well, somebody gets $250 for top 8 for 8th place, and they had to probably spend $1,500 to get there. You get a commentator, not even the main ones, even, and I hate to use the word second and third tier for commentators because I don't want to demean anyone's skills. But you know what I mean. You have the main guys that are going to commentate.
Well, don't be scared to use that. Some commentators aren't as good as others. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, but just in having their travel paid for, they're not operating at a loss, right? And they're getting paid a little bit. And I was saying, people were saying, well, their staff, of course they're paid. They're company employees. They're paid, whereas the players are independent contractors. And I'm like, no, even the commentators are independent contractors.
Okay,
so
can we dig into that then? I don't see that because I have to sign a contract for some events, not all of them, but some events you have to sign a contract.
But your contract, you are not an employee of them. You are a contracted worker. You are an independent contractor that operates outside of the scope. You are, I don't know how it is over there. Over here in America, you would be considered an independent contractor. So basically, you don't work for them directly. However, you are contracted to them for your services. So you are your own business, but you are under contract with them to render your services. You are not a company employee. You are a contracted employee, an independently contracted employee to render your services.
So Mike, that is basically like self-employed, right? Like on our side of the pond, that's basically self-employed, right? You would say. So like if you work in construction,
more or less,
the construction site would ask, we need someone to do scaffolding. So they would hire a scaffolding firm and they would be self-employed working on that site, right?
Yeah,
and that's
you
what you're
are
saying,
a commentator, so you have a contract with them to commentate, but you are not a direct employee of them. You are contracted by them.
That's cool. I guess my next question would be then, what if we're using comparisons to the work, like the workplace, what's the player? What's a fighting game player? Because they can't be self-employed.
They're also 1099. No, but they're independent contractors.
How? a commentator and a player can't be both the same thing if we're using the workplace as a comparison. They don't sign a contract.
When a player makes a top place, they do, and a lot of times have to sign something to get paid out. They are still an independent contractor.
Well, then they're getting paid after the fact. Commentators get paid before the fact, so it's still not the same.
There
has to be there has to be a difference between a player and a commentator in terms of how they're getting paid.
Well,
they're not getting paid out of the pocket, right? Of the
but this is my point.
Organizers.
This is where it's not fair. A player going to a tournament is still an independent contractor. He just doesn't have a contract, but he is still an independent.
Invitational, I agree with you, but not for a tournament.
Okay.
I mean, if anyone else wants to say anything, if it's invitational, I agree with Tom, because you're inviting those players, and those players will get the same treatment a commentator does in terms of travel and accommodation.
How is the
But if you're going to any tournament, how is that the same?
So let me get this straight. The players are not there to work, but the commentators are?
For the tournament organizer, yes, the commentators are. The players aren't going to work for the tournament organizer. No. Unless it's invitational.
It's still their job. Bro, if you're a pro player, it is your job to play. So it's still their job.
Who's
Wait, just to make sure we're on the same page, Tom, are you talking about players that are signed to pro teams rather than just like me showing up?
If you go to the pro series, right? What are the players there to do? Have fun, or are they there to compete? If it's a pro series,
play.
Okay. Well, the players that are at a professional tournament, I guess they would be considered professional players. If they're professional players, their job is to play. Hence, when they are there playing, they are working still. They're just not getting paid for it.
So when casuals enter that tournament, are they professionals as well? Are they working? Are the 0-2ers working?
And Mike, as I said, where are the casuals in sports? In the stands. Where do you draw the distinction? But the top 8 players, are they casuals or are they professional players? People that are getting paid.
So we're talking about players. We didn't say anything about the top 8 players. We're talking about players in general.
I want to chime in quick on something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
My opinion, like everybody has a different opinion what a pro is and what not. My opinion of a pro is somebody that's on an esports team and is also on a salary. If you're not on a salary, then you're not a pro. You're just somebody that goes to tournaments and has fun. Because you're not getting paid.
I agree.
That's a professional. So
then you'd say it's a bit harsh, but 95% of players are just casuals then.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's fair. I also kind of go with pro. You're getting a salary. It's easier to do that in other esports because in fighter games you're talking about such a small minority. There's hardly any point of calling them pros, right? But yeah, I think salary, like a wage, is what you'd call a pro.
Yeah, it's important to distinguish that because as many people know on this channel, there's a guy that I regularly beef with called Fate, and he'll call everyone only pros. It's fine. Like, give him his content. It's all good, man. We love Fate around here. But he calls them only pros, right? Like he's referred to me as an only pro, and obviously I'm not a pro. I was at some point I was at high level at Soul Calibur and Injustice, but I was not a pro. I was just a good player going to tournaments. So it's what I agree with Fighting GM's definition of it. Like if I was getting paid and if I was getting flown out, and that was what I was contracted to do, then I'm a professional player.
Well, let me ask you this. Is Sonic Fox a professional?
Yeah.
If Sonic Fox got last place, what did the Pro Series pay him?
So say that again, Tom. I didn't hear you.
If Sonic Fox got last, what did he get paid from the Pro Series? If we agree he was there to work, do his job, what did he get paid?
He gets paid from the sponsor. It doesn't matter about the tournament. That's why he's the pro.
Hold on. He's still there to work. Is he not?
Yes, and he's going to get paid by his sponsors. That's what we're talking about. Pros, you're getting a wage. So if you come first place or last place and you don't earn money from the tournament,
only has one pro player. You're a pro. If MK only has one pro player, they should change it to the MK Casual Series, not the Pro Series.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sure. I don't know what you win the semantical argument, but the point we're talking about is a pro player doesn't need to win. That's the job is to, as a sponsor player, your job is more than just winning. But you're talking about the wage part or how much they earn from winning. But we've established the pro player doesn't have to win because their sponsors giving them a wage. That's why it's a job.
Pro athletes, do they get paid by sponsors, or do they get paid because when they play, they're there to work?
Say that again, sorry. I think I missed
Pro
it.
athletes, are they paid by sponsors mainly, or are they paid by?
We don't need a comparison here. Why are we making comparisons? We can just talk about the reality of the fact of these players. We've got examples. We don't need comparisons.
So the players that are going to a tournament that are a professional player, as in you make your livelihood from fighting games, they are going to a tournament for fun, not to work.
No, they're going because it's probably part of their contract from their sponsor, which is going to pay them for going to the tournament.
How many people were sponsored to go to the NRS Pro Series?
I don't know.
One,
what
two
does it matter?
tops. They're all they're still there to work. Look, I'm telling you right now, brother. When I was a quote unquote pro player, which is a joke to say, when I go to a tournament, bro, that's still like I'm not going there for shits and giggles. Like,
yeah, I believe you put in work. You definitely put in work. But if we use your definition, then 0-2 is also putting in work, and they're working. 0-2 is working. I guess if you're a pop monster and you pay for your injury, then yeah, you're doing your part and you're working.
Let me ask you this. The Pro Series, what is the product?
These questions are so nebulous. What is the product of the Pro Series? An event?
Yeah.
I guess.
What are they streaming? What are they streaming? An event. Okay. Without the players and just the commentators, do they have an event?
Without the players and the commentators, do they have an event?
No,
not really.
Just the commentators. No players show up. Only commentators. Do they have an event?
No, but it's a
so the event. Hold on.
Thing, right?
The event.
No. You're not going to do that because without the production, you also don't have an event, right? You can have the players and the commentators. But without production, you don't have an event. If you don't have a venue, you also don't have an event. We can pick out any part of the whole structure of an event and say, well, if these things aren't here, you don't have an event. Yes. Players are not there, we don't have an event. Production's not there, we don't have an event.
You sound like a corporate.
We are the most disposable part. Yes.
You sound to me like a corporate shell. Because you say the commentators.
What do you mean? I just said we're the most disposable part.
Okay.
What do you mean? I literally just said that.
Hold on. What you are saying is basically that the players are the most disposable part. The problem is
what the commentators are. Because without the commentators, you can still run the tournament and you still have production. It's going to be a shit viewing experience, but it can still run without commentators.
Okay,
we are the most disposable part.
But you just agreed you need all of it to put on that show, correct? You need the players, the commentators, the staff, everything to make it all run, correct? To be
to be good,
product.
Yes.
Okay.
To be good, yes.
Yet the only people that are considered amateurs are the players. You need them just as much as they need you and the other staff.
Because you can get casual players. You can get bums that go 0-2 and they're still part of the tournament. If we're not talking about an invitational, yes.
I mean, again,
you wouldn't call a pro unless you're calling 0-2 as pros. Then yes, you just have any.
Let's just take Evo, cause Evo they are selling.
Why we keep moving? No. Why we keep moving? Why do you keep moving to throw me off of the point I'm making? It doesn't matter if it's Mortal Kombat tournament or Evo. The point is,
so the players aren't there to work. So according to you, everyone at a tournament is there to work but the players. You sound like a corporate shill, man. You don't give a fuck about the players. So stay where you are.
I sound like a corporate shill when I said we're the most disposable part of the tournament. Make that make sense?
You get paid, and yet you guys make out better than.
You can't just hear the question.
You make out better than him.
Monologuing. Answer the question. If you're saying I'm a shill, how can I be a shill when in the whole sentence I said we as commentators are the most disposable part of an event?
Okay.
Make sense, please.
Okay. Let's take a tournament. Let's take a pro tournament.
He's not answering the question. Moderator up there. Can you make him answer the question, please? That's crazy. Am I twerking mentally? Like, how can I be a shill if I said we're the least important?
Okay, I'll tell you because you still take that check. You're like we're the least important, but we're workers. The players, they're nobodies. They're just
I'm still a shill because I take the check.
You're literally like they're just again. Daigo Umehara, if he goes to a tournament, you are commentating, or not even. So yeah, his sponsor's paying there. Let's take a player who's unsponsored.
I'm a shill for taking the waves, by the way. But yeah, cool. Keep going.
Let's take a big.
You got a job. You're a shill.
Hold on.
Show.
Let's take a big name player.
Why? We don't need a comparison. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are you walking me down this lane? We don't need to.
With all due respect, there should never be a tournament on Earth where you or any commentator makes out better than someone places at the bottom of top 8. Shouldn't happen. Okay, but it does.
Can we ask everyone else? Because I genuinely want to know this. I want to know the reason why people think that. That's literally why I came here. I'm not pro or against. I'm not saying I should get more than everyone.
Why is the commentator there to work but not the players?
Because it's a job for the commentator. It's not a job for the player.
So
if you're a
pro
player, your
is
job is for the sponsor, not entering a tournament.
Being a player is not a job unless
you answer a question. I will start to answer it, and then he will cut me off because he knows he can strawman the first part without context. So can someone else answer the question?
All right, let's try to structure this a bit.
Wait,
let's give each other. Wait, hold on, Tom. 1 second.
The player does work too. You are a professional player. You are there to play the game professionally. And leagues make money off of you. People market the players that are going to be there. Some people sell tickets to stadiums, take Evo for players that are going to be there. Here's this dude saying, "Hey, a tournament like Evo can literally sell people."
No, didn't say
tickets.
that. I didn't say that. I already didn't say that.
Wait, guys, hold on 1 sec. Let's lay out our arguments. Like you will have your positions, and then I'm gonna put a timer on, right, to lay out your arguments, and then the next person will go, because right now we're cutting each other off. We're not getting from point A to point B. So Tom, lay out your argument, and then C4 can respond to it, and then he can lay out his counterpoints if he wants.
Most commentators are some of the least skilled human beings on the planet Earth. There are very few that are actually good at what they do, and yet they still make out better than players in most instances. There are very few that have the skill level of my debater over here that would actually, I would say they're there to work. A commentator by default is just considered an employee, no matter how good or bad they are. But a player who legitimately is one of the best players in the world, he's not there to work. He's just there to show up and lose his money and whatever. These events are held on the backs of the players. The players are why these events are happening. They are every much as a professional at work as anyone else. You can't start charging, and this happens in games. If my debater over here says it doesn't happen, then I don't know what world he's living in. Where stadiums get charged to, even Evo does it, to sit and watch these players play on finals day or on whatever day. And these players to get there already have to pay $1,800 to $2,000 just to be there. So they're already in the hole minus 2,000. So a lot of times you get top 16 at a tournament like that, you're just asked out. Whereas a commentator, even a mid-level commentator, makes out better than you. Now, you are still there to work. They are making money off you and you being there. People are paying to watch you play, to watch you on stream, etc. You are just as much as the production as the commentator is. Yet the commentator is seen as a worker, but the player is just seen as some J-bro who, hey man, you're just here to have some fun and compete. You're both working at your profession. You are working as a professional commentator. They are working as a professional player.
Okay. C4, do you have a rebuttal to that?
I do, but I would actually like GM's point of view on this, because GM's a player in the current moment. So I'd like to hear GM's response. Not like he has to argue with Tom, but does he like agree or, yeah?
Honestly, man, like I said before, if you go into tournaments and you just going, you going for fun. You're not sponsored. You're not a pro. I think for be a pro, you have to be on a salary, because you literally just playing. Most people go to tournaments. They go there in hopes that they could get to that position of being a pro and being on a salary. You know, I think it's different than somebody that already works at the event, is working the event. You're working the event. The guy going to the tournament, he's hoping that he could get something out of it. You know what I'm saying? So there's a big difference in all of that. You know, there's a big difference between I'm going there, I'm getting paid to play, and I have guaranteed money by playing because of my sponsors paying for me, rather than somebody that's using their own money to go to the tournament in hopes that they could become a pro. You know, like somebody that works the event, like a commentator, you already getting paid to play the event because you work in the event. So that's just how I see it.
Before you go, I just want to have a rebuttal to that. Not that I disagree with GM, but this is where the system is flawed and a massive cover-up. Because people could just say, "Oh, well, that player is not sponsored." So here we have a situation where 1% of 1% of 1%, people are considered quote unquote sponsored pro players. And so the FGC can still make money on the back of 99.999999999% of players and say, "Oh, they're not pros, man. They're not here to work. Only this one player out of 1,000, he's here to work." But the FGC still makes money on everyone that's there. So it's like you are part of the product. You are, even back when Evo was selling DVDs. Well, they were not pro players, but they're selling DVDs of you. But you're not a pro player. You're not there to work. The commentators are there to work. But the DVD they're selling of you and in your matches, no, you're not there to work. You're just on a DVD they're selling. The FGC all the time makes these bullshit reasons of why someone's not a pro, why they're not there to work, they're not a sponsored player. The answer is just don't sponsor the vast majority of people that are top, and you get free labor under the guise of, well, they're not a pro player, one of the best players in the world, but they're not here to work. They're just here to bullshit around, right? Now, if they were sponsored, maybe. It's just a bullshit way to have free labor. Not that I'm disagreeing with you, GM, but I mean, that's the problem then. 10 times more players should be sponsored players. But a commentator who is...
All right, Tom, let's let C4 go.
I mean, I'm just passionate about it. It's never going to end because of bullshit like this. They're just always going to get away with it.
I want to say one more thing after what Tom said.
No, if you've got a train of thought, go for it.
That's the issue with the FGC. What you're saying, like you see, like how somebody could be a top player and not sponsored and go to the tournament, and they kind of just working there for free, and then the stream is making revenue from the hype matches they putting off by being top players and performing well. That's a big issue. I agree with it. Like that. Like it's mostly just like a 1% of players that could be really considered professionals because they're the ones getting paid. So they could be top players that go to tournaments and don't get paid outside of the revenue that they made from winning the tournament or placing. So it would be way better if more people, were sponsored and stuff like that. But that's one of the things is that players need to wake up and see what's really going on. If people
it's not just 1%, not just 1%. It take the 1% because everyone will say that's the 1% of everything. Take the 1% of the most elite fighting game players in the world and take 0.5% of that 1%. That's who's sponsored instead of the entirety of that 1%.
It's rough, but
all right, let's C4 go.
I've got a question, so I might start another conversation between Brady and GM, but I'll do it anyway.
I want to be respectful of Howell's time at this point. He's been on for a while.
No, that's fine. I'm good. I ain't got work tomorrow. You guys go for as long as you need.
When we're talking about this situation with the commentators and players, are you specifically talking about invitationals or open brackets? Because I think there's a difference, but do you two think there's a difference? Does it matter?
I'm not talking about locals or regionals. I'm talking about Evo events, which are considered more pro events because Evo is called the quote unquote WrestleMania or Super Bowl of fighting games, or actual pro like Capcom Cup, NRS Pro Series, etc. If you want to go to Summer Jam, that's not even then it is what it is. You're going on your own volition, right? But I'm talking events in which commentators are flown out, paid for, etc. So it has to be a pro style of event, right? I mean, there's a different. Not every event is a pro event. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to say the bigger events, the biggest of the big, that are actually professional events.
Okay, cool. GM, what about you? Do you think it makes a difference if it's an open bracket or invitational?
If it's an invitational, that means you're somebody important in the scene. And most of the time, invitationals, you even get money for last place. That's just how you get money regardless of your placement.
And everyone's flights are paid for an invitation.
Yeah,
commentators, players,
everything. Yeah. So if it's an invitational, then you a pro at it because you got paid to be there. And even if you get last place, you got paid. Because I've been to invitationals, and even if I didn't win, I still made money off of it, and everything got paid for. So you're basically a professional at that point.
Yeah. So with invitationals, I think commentators and players should get the same amount. I think players should be able to get bonuses for performance. I don't know if you go 0-2, you should get the bare minimum, but that bare minimum probably should be around the commentators' pay as well. Obviously, it depends on the size of the event, but yeah, I think with invitationals, like you were saying, the players and the commentators get flown out. This is why I'm saying I think there's a big difference between an open bracket, because the open bracket, everyone is basically fighting for themselves in terms of players, where commentators are going for a job, right? They are contracted to do this, this, and this. You're going to be here at this block. There's things that you can't do. That's the difference between a player in an open bracket compared to a commentator and a player in an invitational, where an invitational player is there to do a job. Would you agree? Like, an invitational player is then doing a job, but in an open bracket, I don't like using the word gambling, because it is the case of, if you do well enough, you get more money, but you're not betting really. You're paying the entry fee. I don't class that as like poker, putting an ante in, but I don't know if there is a better word than gambling for what a player does. I don't know if GM has one. I don't have one.
Yeah, I think it's gambling too, because some people, especially if all your money you make from FGC is just fighting games, like, you gambling. So there's a lot. I knew dudes back then that they couldn't get no food for like a week just because they ain't win the tournament they went to. So,
Yeah, like, I think gambling's got like a really bad connotation to it. And when I was entering tournaments, I would look at it like, this is going to cost me like 40 quid in petrol money to go to the tournament. So I'm already gambling £40. So I have to at least get second place to break even. So to me, in my head, sorry, go on.
Just to add some context, because we were talking about Pokemon earlier. Just to enter the Pokemon 2025 European Championship that was at 2 days ago, it's £40 for the juniors and seniors, just to enter the actual tournament, not even the venue fee. And the Masters division is £75 to enter the tournament. So that's the tournament that I was at. I didn't pay anything, right? But it was at MCM, yeah. So this is an even heftier price point for a game that a series that makes more money than any fighting game combined, I think. So it might be the case that what I'm going to do while you lot are talking is I'm going to look up all the biggest games like Call of Duty and whatnot, and how they handle open brackets, because this European Championship was an open bracket. Because after people lost, they were coming over to the trading card stand where I was, and they were like, oh, we're out, so we're going to start doing trades. But it looks like they were paying a lot of money. There's also non-refundable as well. So it kind of falls in the same line as what's going on in the FGC. None of these players got paid. And as far as I'm aware, there were thousands of people that entered each division. And only up until top 64 for the biggest one did they get paid. So comparative to an FGC tournament, this is kind of the same thing.
What I mean to say, maybe more clear. I agree with C4 on a lot of things. I guess here's the disconnect. Just because you're a commentator does not really mean you're a professional commentator. No. What I mean is, my point is, the commentator is considered a professional commentator just by the default of being a commentator, right?
Oh, I don't prescribe to that. I agree. You know what the first thing you said when Mike passed it to you and you were saying that there's bum commentators? I 100% agree with you. And that's why I think sometimes commentary payments shouldn't be standardized, because there are just better commentators.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. If you want to say, my point is, the level to be a pro player is so much higher than the level to be a pro commentator. It isn't that way in like sports. Like garbage commentators get garbage gigs, right? Tell everything to a premier event, and it's like, well, you're not really a pro commentator, but you're paid as a pro commentator. I feel like this: more players should be sponsored if we're going to go that route. But I feel like if it's an invitational, a situation where the commentators are paid, the players should be paid. And a situation where the players are not paid, commentators should pay their own way. Outside of, I'm like, if you're like an Evo type of tournament, or like even something a little less than that, I think you should have maybe 2 commentators that are paid, that are really pro commentators, maybe a little more. You know what I mean? And the rest of them are just like they're there on their own volition. You got to pay your own way, just like a player.
I think the issue is, didn't like Canada Cup try to do that? I think Canada Cup tried to do stuff with isn't that where the $4.99 came from? Where they tried to gain money because they pay for plane tickets for certain players, so they don't like fly out to Quito to come to Canada Cup, and they had to recoup the money by selling stuff as the tournament. So I think TOs have tried to be like, oh, this player is super important, we'll pay for the travel and accommodation, but the FGC just like rejected it and said, nah, fuck that. I'm pretty sure that happened. Does anyone know?
Right now, it's just
I might be
That,
too
that
old.
does
Does anyone
happen.
know?
That does happen. You know Ozzy the Lion, though? He's a Tekken player from the UK from back in the day. He would pay for their flights. Like, he would, out of his own pocket, you know, he wasn't sponsored by anyone. He'd pay for quite a few Korean players to come over, and I think some Pakistani players. When we did Lions Den 3, because I helped him like run it on one of the brackets, he had, I can't remember what his name was. It was a Ling Xiaoyu player. I think he was Korean. Really, really funny guy. He paid for him to come over. He paid for some other guys. So yeah, it does happen.
See, I think that's actually worse than commentators getting paid more, because if you're, say, GM, there's a tournament close to you, and there's a player from the other side of the world who's maybe the same level as you, but they're getting their plane ticket paid for, and you're just getting the hotel. They're technically getting paid more than you. I think that's bad. Do you not agree? Like, to pay for a top player to come to your event when you've got top players around the corner, they're not getting compensated, but a top player is. And I think that's one of the reasons why the FGC as a whole rejected like the Canada Cup doing it.
I guess I just always had
interesting.
a problem. I've just always had a problem when Evo was selling DVDs of players, but the players weren't considered workers, but they're selling them on DVDs. But
that's like, you can't.
I have a problem.
That's like that's unruly. You can't rule that, right? Because every time you have like an online tournament and someone enters, you can't go, well, you got a sub. Someone subs when I was playing, so can I get some of that sub money? Like, you had 1,000 people watching the YouTube VOD. Can I get a revenue cut from all those viewers that watched me? You can't do that. You can't police people viewing a player.
And it's all these things that keep players at the bottom. And it's all these things that forever keep players at the bottom of the totem pole. You can't do that. They can't get paid. They can't do this. They can't. And it's just never going to end. So the real truth is, honestly, players the top 64 players of any profession, of any game, should all be paid sponsored players. But they're not, because nobody gives a fuck about fighting games, and you can't make money off players.
Yeah.
It's
players, it's a never-ending cycle.
Here's the real truth.
It's fully shit. Sponsored invitationals. That's what players can like gain from. If you don't have, if you're not getting invited and you don't get sponsored, you're a casual.
But here's the
just keep it real.
Here's the problem with being sponsored. If you are a pro player to a sponsor, you are a walking fucking loser financially. How are you gonna make money off them? How? Echo Fox couldn't make money off Sonic Fox. Do you know why? Because nobody fucking cares. Can't make money off him. If you can't make money off him, who the fuck are you gonna make money off of? Players, unfortunately, I hate to say this, are the least important part of the FGC. But yet they're also simultaneously the most important part of it. It's a weird thing. Yeah. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. You know what I mean? It's a slippery slope. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The FGC, the foundation of the FGC is made by pot monsters. That's what it, from the grassroots beginnings, pot monsters are what keep fighting games afloat. So the top players rely on the shit players turning up. And now it's kind of like they've got to pay their dues. So the top players have to put on a show for the casuals that want to, I guess, strive to be that top player. But the top players have to pay back. But they're paying, they can't afford to pay back. There's nothing to pay back to the pot monsters that gave them that opportunity in the first place. So yeah, I agree. I think there's no money to circulate. There is no money to circulate. And the distribution of it.
But there's money in holding the events. There's money in holding events. There's no money in playing.
Maybe.
That's the irony of it. It's tough.
Hopefully. So this year, I wanted to get more into TOing. So I'm going to try and run some events because I think commentary has, it's got a shelf life. Eventually, no one's going to win him off voice. I'm going to be too old to be watching games. But TOing, not only can I get better skills, I can do something which I think is lacking in this generation of players. No one wants to be a TO. No one wants to run events. And if this keeps happening, we're just going to be an online function. That's it. Where when I was coming up, I knew like 7, 8 people that run locals, even if it was from their house. And I'm like, no one does that anymore. Since Discord, no one wants to hold like house sessions. And it's like, well, who's going to be running the next tournament? Like Mike knows, in our region, we've lost like, what, Hype's got in, Celtic Throwdown. We've only really got versus. No one wants to be CO anymore.
Got the kids to do stuff. I just want to say, C4, always a pleasure, man. One of the more intelligent people out there, man. Always a pleasure talking to you. GM, one of the true ghosts, man. Thanks for sharing your story. Mike, thanks for having me on. I know we're wrapping up here soon, but yeah, I got to head out.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Have a good one, bro. We'll talk soon.
Sure, for sure.
One of my friends, he's an old school Soul Calibur player. I posted pictures of it on Instagram and Twitter. We still have house sessions, and but the guys are like I'm the youngest there. I'm like 33. They're like in their 40s because they're Street Fighter 2 players. But we still have house sessions. We set up a mic, like they have a commentary desk. Obviously, it's more like old school FGC. Everyone's just ripping each other and stuff. But we still do that, and it's a lot of fun. We've actually got one coming up on the 1st of March. I think we're playing Tekken 7 and Soul Calibur 5. But yeah, that still happens for us. But majority of that is gone now, and it used to be a constant.
Yeah, my theory is that the passing on to everyone in the FGC was like started as a player and then they took another route. And when I was coming up, there was no like content creator. There wasn't all these other avenues. It was basically you stay being a player, you do TOing and run events, or you become a commentator. And I think last time I was on here, I was saying when I entered Versus Fighting, I can't remember which one it was, 2012 or something. I won Guilty Gear, Xrd, not Strive. I won Guilty Gear, Xrd. I got more for bringing the streaming equipment and commentating than winning the tournament. And then I was like, I'm done. There's no need for me to keep playing. Because I played for a hobby, and to fund my hobby, I did stuff like win a tournament. That's how I like had it in my head that, I'm allowed to keep playing this for hours and hours because it's technically making me money, or it's not costing me money. I'm not going out of pocket for doing something that I like. And I've told everyone, as long as you've got a filter, so you can like turn off the, you don't have to use gamer words as soon as the camera's on you. If you can do that, you can basically commentate. That's all. That's all you really need to do. Just have a filter. Some people don't have it, which is, it is what it is. But if you can not put Xbox Live gamer words on stream, you could become a commentator. And I was like, in something that Tom was saying, in terms of top level commentators versus players, I for a long time thought, I kind of agreed with him until I started seeing the difference in commentators.
But in order to become a commentator, don't you need to bite your tongue in terms of your true feelings towards the game?
Probably. I think it depends on the game. So there's been examples of, I think in Street Fighter, where someone said something, and then for a whole year you won't see that player, that commentator talk about that game. So that's happened. But in Strive, most of the Strive commentators don't like that game, and they're vocal about it, but they're still there.
Is it because they don't have anyone else to turn to?
I want to say...
Is the quality of Strive commentator on par with the quality of a Tekken, Street Fighter, or Mortal Kombat commentator?
I think... I'm not trying to dodge a question, and I've tried to speak about this, but it's awkward. The reason it's awkward is because once you start talking about people being better, it goes to how much people are getting paid. And when you start talking about getting paid, you fuck up the bag in the ecosystem for a lot of people. Once you start saying, that person's better than that person, then you find out how much they got paid. Someone's not going to be happy somewhere. So I try to avoid talking about money as much as I can. In terms of Tekken and Mortal Kombat, I believe Mortal Kombat and Tekken have like a list of commentators that they have to use. I think not 100% on that. Strive doesn't have that. Strive, you can, if you're the hotness and people like you, they vibe with you, you can do Strive. Well, I think there is like a list of people that can only do pro comp from what I've spectated.
Right. Okay.
Strive don't do that. Strive, they're doing the World Tour in March. There is no EU players because for some reason, I don't know why. I wasn't good enough this year to get there, so I have to step up for next year. That's how I see it. But I know the other, like Tekken and stuff, they always have representation for the whole, the world for their commentary.
Yeah.
So yeah, sometimes it's not about being the best. That's why I think when it comes to being the best commentator, it's not the same as being the best player. When you're the best player, no one can say anything to you. Like, you can always prove it.
Yeah.
To be the best commentator, it's like, how many followers do you have on Twitter? Like, it's a really hard thing to gauge. But if it comes to like pay, I don't know how you quantify the value of a top player playing a game, because I don't know if GM could put light on this. I think if you're super good at the game, the job's easier for you.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so it's like, are you doing harder work than me? Like, me having to commentate pools is hard. Commentating bad matchups is very hard. You have to avoid saying that they're shit. You can't say that they're bad. You got to be careful with the critiques. That's hard. But a good player, like smoking some fool, doesn't seem that hard.
It depends, man. Like nowadays, man, it's all about, you know, how many followers you got, your social media presence. So you could be the best player, but everybody finds you boring and doesn't watch your content when you stream or nothing like that. Because there's a lot of really good players that I know that are not popular at all, even though they place in like every single tournament. So nowadays is way more than just being the best. So that alone makes it hard, man. Like, if you're just good at pressing buttons, but you don't got a good personality, you're not gonna eat more than the guy that gets body 2-0, but he can make people laugh and make a good YouTube video.
Right.
So it's rough out there, man.
I just don't know how you quantify. Like, I know something you said earlier, and I think I was told this as well when I was starting to be a commentator. Like, know your worth. But it's like, okay, what metric do I use? How do you gauge your value for when you, as a commentator, go to an event, or if you get invited to an invitational as a top player, and they're lowballing you, because obviously that's what everyone's gonna do, right? It's a business. They're gonna give you the lowest price. What are you gonna type back in the message saying, actually, I think I'm worth this much because X, Y, and Z reason? Like,
yeah, it's all about how much following you got. That's how it is nowadays. That's what they look at, you know. So if like somebody in the chat said, why would somebody get 100K followers, dude, when they could just get a 60K follower dude for way less, you know? Because sometimes some commentators get picked up and they have like no following, but they know somebody that gave them the opportunity, and it will cost them a lot less to get this person to commentate. So
I was definitely that person. I was shouts to Logan. He was like, oh, you're the guy that plays anime games, commentate Dragon Ball. That's literally how I started. No one heard of me. No one heard me on commentary. But yeah, Logan was like, yeah, I know you cannot swear on the mic, so go for it. And it started from there. So yeah, a lot of it is right place, right time, knowing the right people.
Yeah, that's how it usually is.
100% agree with you. And I agree with you saying, like, it's, I don't know if GM said it or Tom might have said it, about those people that aren't that good still getting paid more than players. And that's a fight that I think other people have to have. I can't have it because I'm in the ring. I can't be saying this person's bad because I'm biased, because I'm the person I'm trying to overtake them, right? I'm on the ladder where people, like viewers, they can say it. I can't say it because it doesn't mean anything. It's clear bias. And I think with the player commentary distinction and like who should get paid more, I've always got the case of a player. What Tom said, 100% agree. Without a player, there is no tournament. Like, reality-wise, what am I commentating about? The character select screen. There is no tournament without players. So they are super important. But for the event itself, for viewers, commentators are more important. Because I think when you're at our level of gaming, at Fighting Games, we don't need commentary. I can watch match footage of two good players and learn something. And I'm sure GM and Mike can do the same. But for casuals, they can't. They don't understand what's going on, right?
Yeah.
So for the majority, or for the masses, or for the betterment of the FGC, you do need commentators. And they would bring more value to the scene where players bring the product to the scene. Like the players are the patty, the burger, and the commentators are the bund.
I want to say one last thing because I gotta go too because I'm mad hungry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap up after this.
All right, I just want to say too. I think a tournament you need the commentators because without the commentators it's gonna be boring. I don't know if you ever watch a wrestling because I've been a lot house shows with no commentators and that joint is boring as hell. You need somebody to hype it up. So we need the commentators and of course we need the players because if there's no players, there's no tournament. And then we also need the venue and everybody that runs everything so everything could go right. We need the bracket runners. There's a lot of people that they work for free at these events. They just run the brackets and they don't even get paid for it. They just do it for fun. I know a lot of people like that. So at the end of the day, we need everybody, man. That's how an event works, man. It's not, I don't think the players are better than the commentators or this and that. We need all of them. That's just how an event works. That's how the event stays hype. You know what I'm saying?
Just before we wrap up, there was some super chats that came in that I didn't read out, just because you guys were talking. But one of them, there was a membership for 9 months. Thank you, T. Where they said not very good at tech, but what drew you to mainly?
Oh, to play Lee, that's easy. When I started in Tekken 5, even before that, I was like a Mishima player. I didn't know who to play, and I asked people, "Can I play Mishimas without doing electrics?" And they told me no. So I was like, "Okay." I went through the whole roster, trying to find out who to play. Back then in video stores, they used to have arcades, right? One of my friends, he used to play Tekken 4 at the video store, and he was playing Lee. I'm like, "Yo, this character look mad cool." And he told me, "Oh, that's Lee, but he got an alter ego named Violet." At that time, nobody in my scene was playing Lee, and in Tekken 5, he was nerfed a lot from Tekken 4 because Tekken 4 he was top tier. So I started playing Lee because nobody played him, and I saw a combo video, and I thought his combos are cool, so that's why I picked them up.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
And then there's one from Leo Break here. Thank you for the $5. Even if folks just wanted to say sup to Tom and GM, love watching your Lee, especially your last vid against the best Lee player.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks, man. Thanks for the support, brother.
Emerald, thank you for the 1 gifted membership, bro. And Draven, that's Will. Thank you, Will, for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate it. Players are temps. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
In a sense. Pro versus amateur versus casual. Thank you again, Emerald, for the 1 gifted. I think this might have been for Tom. I'm not too sure. From Avocado Meat TV, thank you for the $5. He said, had regional 2 days ago. I was a sponsor player and commentator for the first time. Am I doing something wrong? I don't think so. It's hitting every single box.
Yeah, seems like he's having a good time too.
And last one from Saikisho Siko. Thank you for the $5. If there's no guaranteed money, then you're taking a gamble since it's a financial risk. Yeah. I agree. I think it's a gamble as well. And I agree with what you said, GM. I think if you're paid a salary and you're sponsored and they're like, we want you to win tournaments, then you're going to sit at home and play because it's work. And then if me showing up to the tournament, maybe there's an argument to get the players paid more, but I wouldn't be considered a pro player. So if I am essentially gambling, I'm using my time the way I see fit. But I agree that I think the FGC needs some sort of reform in terms of like maybe how money's distributed. I don't know because I don't know what goes on in the back end.
Yeah, or something like what MOG had before, where I told you, if you become a pro status, you get a check for every tournament you show up to. So if they have more leagues in the FGC, it'll create more incentives for people to actually want to be pros, because you reach that pro status and become a pro by being in the leaderboards, which they had, and then you're a pro, and then they start paying you for events. I think if the FGC has a circuit like that again for all the games, then it'll be better.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, GM. C4, thank you for joining me today. I always appreciate your time. And obviously, it's first time on here, Jim, but hopefully we can get you back on here again.
No problem, man. I had a great time, man. It was a lot of good discussions, man. This stuff doesn't get talked about a lot, and a lot of people are scared to talk about this type of stuff, so it's always a pleasure.
Yeah, definitely, man. Thank you for your time, guys. I'll get you out of here and just talk to the stream for a little bit.
Cool.
Catch you in a bit.
Peace.
All right, guys. That was Fighting GM and C4 at the end there, and Tom Brady. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm sorry for reading your super chats late. They were having such an interesting conversation. I didn't want to interrupt them, so I apologize about that. So just so you guys know, for tomorrow, we're going to have quite a big stream. being joined by King J, potentially Frame Whisperer. I can't remember if he got back to me or not. Finty, Blackheart, Chad the Third, and we're going to be going over the Tekken talk point by point. And of course, you guys will be able to chime in. We'll get you in on the stream. I invited Fighting Jim as well if he wants to come on. And DFF, yeah, we'll get DFF in there. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that stream tomorrow, 8 p.m. UK time. That's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to discuss Anna. We're going to discuss the monetization that they've got coming out for Tekken, all the new items and whatever. We're going to discuss the changes. Whatever. I've listed everything. So and I'll have the video on the screen as well, and then we'll get you guys to jump in and give your thoughts on it. I've got a lot of things to say. But I'm going to save them. I was going to make a video about it today, but I thought, you know what, no point repeating myself. Let's do it on stream. So that will be 8 p.m. tomorrow. And yeah, thanks for tuning into the stream, guys. I always appreciate your super chats and your time. And I will let you guys know who the next guest is. I'm still trying to get them finalized. There's a lot of people that I need to bring on. I'm still trying to work on Mike Z. So Mike Z, that's the one that I'm going to work on to get on here. But I'm only going to get him on here if he can actually talk. If the lawsuit is not allowing him to talk, then there's no point. Finty, I'm already agitated for tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow, guys, I really want to have like a good flow in the conversation. So everyone, please try to not interrupt yourselves. Also, shouts to Jahuti and Alexis and all of my moderators. I promise, guys, Jahuti and Alexis, I'm saying it in 4K here. If this channel ever blows up and I'm making big boy money, you and Alexis first will definitely get paid for your services, because I see how much you do in the chat. And then obviously Flames Gamer and Jaton and C-Bims. One day, we'll see in it. We'll see where things go. But anyway, I'll catch you guys very, very soon. Well, tomorrow. Stay safe out there. And also, thank you to all the new members. I just uploaded a 2-hour video on the members section. So, if you're a member, have fun listening to me rage on Tekken 8. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.